And we're live. Roll up, everybody, as they say. Roll up, everybody, as they say in America, or every body, as they say in Ileology. Gava, come join. Matters are rising. Roll up, Gava, say hello as you are coming in. Roll up, everybody. Roll up, come join. Buhari has been a bad boy. Matters all pertaining to Nigeria. Am I too dark? Let me know if I'm too dark on your screen. Roll up, Gava, come join. One man went to Mo. You know how we do it. 10:30 UK time, one man went to Mo time. So you gather, we converge, and we chew the fat over all matters pertaining to the country that we still call ours, at least temporarily. I know some people are off other thoughts, but we still all are called that place our space. So Gava, all matters pertaining and relating to Nigeria, roll up, one man went to Mo. We're discussing plenty of matters today. Let me just refresh my memory. So there's a radical options to salvage Nigeria, according to an American envoy. So the Nigerian elites, they have a plan, a rescue plan for the country. So we'll get into that. Malam El-Rufai is telling us why the Igbos will never be president. We get into that. Bode George, he is telling us that if Tinubu ever becomes Nigerian president, he will cease being in Nigeria from that moment. So the moment they swear Tinubu in as president, Bode George will immediately hand over his passport and go seek another country to belong to. So now, often I ask, how deep is the Biafran narrative here? And nobody has been able to give me answers, but I myself have gone and gathered some data just to present to you, just to show the depth of the Biafran narrative. So we'll get into that as well. So plenty of matters to get into. Let's just actually kick off first with the Bode George narrative. Bode George, of course, an everlasting opponent of the Tinubu guy. So he is now, of course, is now, of course, in the public space now. So he is now in the public space now, throwing missiles in the direction of Tinubu. So now let's now see what Bode George has to say to the Jagaban of GBT. If Tinubu becomes president, I will cease to be Nigerian. Short and to the point headline, and it is Bode George that is making this public proclamation. Again, the headline, if Tinubu becomes president, I will cease to be Nigerian, a headline attributed to Bode George. So now let's not see now why the elder statesman is feeling the need to say this. Chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Bode George, has vowed to cease being a Nigerian should national leader of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, becomes president. George said this on Friday, May the 7th, whilst featuring on a channel's television program. He also called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to investigate Tinubu's tenure as Lagos State Governor and his alleged involvement with Alpha Beta Consulting, a tax firm. So these are his words, Bode George. The PDP chieftain said, I have talked about it, and I am still saying publicly that the EFCC should go urgently and investigate Alpha Beta Company owned by him. Let me say it in very clear language. To me, it is an insult to decivilize the people of this country who are committed to national development that the likes of him want to run this country into. We must make sure that they investigate him. He is junketing all over the place, and insults to the civilized minds who work so hard in this country. If by whatever yardstick he becomes the head of state, I will cease being in Nigeria, and I am not joking. So that is how fervently he feels it, Chief Bode George. Let me say it in very clear language. To me, it is an insult to decivilize the people of this country who are committed to national development that the likes of him want to run this country too. So or that the likes of him wants to run this country, I should say. So that is Bode George, quite unequivocal in his positioning regarding Bola Tinubu. And you can see, because Bode George has been lamenting this particular strap line that is presenting. He has been lamenting it for quite a good while. And, you know, the frustration of it, you know, you see a crime has been committed, you alert everybody to the crime, and nobody pays heed to the crime. Is effectively what the Bode George narrative is all about. He has been alarming about Tinubu and his family, the way they're just gorging on the Lagos State fat for decades and decades, and nothing seems to be happening. And not only is nothing not happening, this guy is actually propelling himself to the foremost seat in the country. So you can see where the alarm is coming from the Chief Bode George, to say that if Tinubu ever becomes president, that will be the very moment that he ceases being a Nigerian. So what will your position be if Tinubu becomes president is the question. Are you going to stop being Nigerian as soon as Tinubu swears that oath to office and takes that seat in Aso Rock? Or do you even think that Tinubu will ever get there? It is certainly not the prayer of Bode George for Tinubu to get there. So that is Bode George's position. So we go swiftly on to the next story. This now speaks to this evergreen narrative, the beef between the North and the South, and especially the Fulanis and the Igbo people. You can't get presidency by threatening secession, El-Rufai tells the Igbos. So straight and to the point, and it's quite clear in what he is saying, but the way that is positioned, do you agree, is the question. So you can't get presidency by threatening secession. A headline attributed to El-Rufai pointed in the direction of the Igbo people. So now let's now see now what the diminuture Kaduna man has to say. Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai says although he believes the South should produce the next president, the people of the Southeast must note that they cannot get the presidential seat by threatening others with secession. El-Rufai further stated that politics has to do with negotiations and convincing others why they should vote for you. He therefore stated that the Igbos would need to adopt this approach if they want their son to succeed the current president. The governor said this during a webinar organized by African Leadership Group. The event, which was tagged Developing a Viable Nation 2, was hosted by pastor of Trinity House Church, Ita Ighodalo. Responding to a question on why the Southeast is being denied the presidency, El-Rufai responded, responding to a question on why the Southeast is being denied the presidency, El-Rufai responded, I don't think anyone has stopped the Southeast from going for the presidency. But you see, you cannot get the presidency of Nigeria by threats or by shouting victimhood. So I think it is quite pertinent, and I did not even read this before bringing it to the fore, but this chimes with the conversation that we were having yesterday. Some of you who might well have been here yesterday, but that is exactly the point. It says, but you see, you cannot get the presidency of Nigeria by threats, which is, of course, the secession, or by shouting victimhood. This is a political process, and you have to engage other parts of Nigeria to convince them to support you. That is what everyone does. That is what Jonathan did in 2011. That is what Buhari did in 2015 and 2019. That is what every president does. You don't stay in your corner, abuse everyone in Nigeria, and say, give me the presidency. It is not going to happen. He noted that no region in Nigeria can attain the presidency without the support of others. The governor advised those who want to be president to get on the road and convince people that you mean well for them. He, however, explained that the All Progressive Congress is weak in the Southeast, which may not favor the region. El-Rufai added, presidency is not by allocation. It is the result of a political process. You join a political party, Your party negotiates with other parts of the country, and it happens. That is how it is done. And you cannot get it by sitting down and threatening secession. It won't work. I think the Southeast is going about it the wrong way, because if you look at the APC, for instance, we do not have many footprints in the Southeast. So I sort of was along with him all the way through up to that last paragraph, because of course there is no obligation in the Southeast to support the APC, but nevertheless, to the language of victimhood and entitlement, it is one that I've echoed on the platform in the past. So that just chimes with the narrative that is already ongoing. Shakara, I see you. So that is the narrative for Malam El-Rufai effectively fleshing out why the Igbos will find it a struggle to attain the presidency, given this, given the sort of politicking that they're politicking at the moment. Because make no mind, and I think others have mentioned it here in the past as well, even the agitation for secession is still politics. So that's that one. Sorry, I was just checking something. So we go on, I think, to the next narrative. So we've done the body George, and we've done the El-Rufai. So now let's now go on to this now rather interesting one of a rescue plan for the Nigerian state. So a rescue plan for the Nigerian state, according to an American envoy. So this should make very much for interesting reading. As bear with me, let me just post the invite for the hyperlink again. If you want to come join on screen, then just click here. Let me just do this. I think I've already pinned it at the top of the page anyway, so everybody can see it, but periodically I'll just be putting it in just so that people can click and just come on the screen. So click here to come join live on screen. So if you are so inclined, then just click on the hyperlink, and then you'll be straight on the screen, just like you're seeing me now, then everybody else can see you as well. So so the two stories that are, just to refresh, there's two stories that we've landed on so far, but they just are threatening to cease being a Nigerian immediately, or if ever Tinubu is ever sworn in as president. So that is his promise and his threat, and we should hold him to that. And El-Rufai speaking to the Igbo presidency 2023 and saying that the politicking being practiced in the eastern quarters might not exactly give them that propulsion rather. It wouldn't necessarily lead them to Aso Rock effectively, is what I'm saying. So the story that we are looking to next, because of course we've heard countlessly and endlessly how Nigeria will cease to exist, but an American envoy is now speaking of a rescue plan. As guys, I bring you this: elites seeking radical options to salvage Nigeria from disaster. Former U.S. envoy Campbell, so a guy, of course, that is steeped and satiated and marinated within the Nigerian political space and the entirety of the Nigerian terrain. So he speaks Nigerian matters, and he, of course, well, not of course, but he seems learned to some extent in matters related to Nigeria. So a top American functionary, as again, elites seeking radical options to salvage Nigeria from disaster, a headline attributed to a former U.S. envoy called Campbell. So now let's now see what the chap has to say. Former United States Ambassador to Nigeria, John Campbell, has stated that the elites in Nigeria have now reached a consensus that the nation was at a precipice of total failure and are now seeking radical options to block the impending disaster supervised by the Buhari regime. Mr. Campbell disclosed this on Thursday in a release titled Nigeria Anxiety over the Mr. Campbell disclosed this on Thursday in a release titled Nigeria anxiety over deteriorating security morphing into panic, and published by the Council of Public Relations. The CPR Senior Fellow for Africa, who is doubtful of Nigeria's unity, in the release said something of a consensus amongst Nigerian elites seems to be forming that the country is in deep trouble and that radical options must be considered. Mr. Campbell, however, noted that the concerned leaders are yet to come to terms with a perfect approach or strategy to salvage the ship of state from imminent collapse. But no consensus exists about the state collapse, but no consensus exists about what state collapse would look like, what the way forward should be, and what radical restructuring of Nigerian state would actually mean and how it could be achieved. He opined a few Nigerian elites have in the past few days raised alarms on the troubling security and economic situation in the country. Elder statesman and senior lawyer Robert Clark lamented Nigeria's poor security, expressing doubt about the country's survival in the nearest future during a Sunday morning interview on Channels Television. Many things are happening, and I swear by my father, many things are happening, and I swear by my father's grave, if care is not taken, Nigeria will collapse in the next 6 months, he said. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Wednesday in Abeokuta warned that minority groups in Nigeria risk being exterminated if the country disintegrates, describing calls for breakup of the country by some regions as unmindful and insensitive to the plight of the country's minority groups. Mr. Obasanjo said, if Yoruba can stand as a country, if the Igbos and the Hausa Fulanis can stand as separate countries, where do we want to put the minority groups? Where do we want the minority groups to be? Rather, he said. So where do we want the minority groups to be? Now, by virtue of the present situation, they are a little bit protected. But if Nigeria breaks up, they will be oppressed and exterminated. In the same vein, leader of Pan-Yoruba group, Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, who spoke to correspondents on Thursday, said, anything that can save us from disintegration should be done, and our answer to that is restructuring. It is not only the minorities that will suffer, it is the whole country, and it is not worth it. If you don't restructure, you can't stop disintegration. Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka has also from time to time expressed his disappointment at the turn of events in Nigeria. In January, he described the country's situation under President Buhari as hopeless. In the wake of the recently renewed security breakdown across the country, with its attendant killings and abductions, Mr. Soyinka rebuked Mr. Buhari to seek help and stop improvising with human lives. Mr. Campbell had earlier in the week, following Mr. Buhari's plea for the relocation of African headquarters to Africa, said the request suggests that the Buhari regime, and indeed Africa, has lost control of its security. President Buhari's shift away from Nigerian opposition to establishing African headquarters in Africa likely reflects the conclusion that the security situation in West Africa and Nigeria is out of control, he said. The former U.S. envoy also bared his thoughts on the controversy concerning the country's communications minister, Issa Pantami, and his pro-terrorist comments in the past. Mr. Campbell said, for the time being, Pantami has become a lightning rod for those deeply suspicious of Islam and also of the Buhari administration. He, however, stated that solutions to Nigeria's many challenges are not immediately clear in the horizon. For now, however, the outlook seems to be continuing, perhaps accelerating for now, however, the outlook seems to be continuing, perhaps accelerating instability and uncertainty. So that's that last paragraph. So effectively, it's saying that the outlook is just propelling towards instability and uncertainty. So that is how he has landed it, but how do you land it is the question. So let's come into the room to see what is being said. I am African, I see you. Nigeria to be rescued from the precipice, according to an American envoy. What is your take? How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. How are you? Are you okay?
I'm well.
I just want to react to this narrative about the minority are going to suffer. Are they not suffering already?
No, what Obasanjo is saying in effect is that if the country does break up, a lot of those minorities, especially in the north, they will be brutally. You see what is happening in places like Plateau State, etc., that they're still able to fight back because they have some sort of like a weight of the Nigerian state. If the country balkanizes and they were left on to their devices, they will be completely savaged by the Fulanis. I think that is essentially what he's saying.
Yeah, and I think that's the most sensitive region actually in Nigeria in terms of like, because I've mentioned it already before that I had my university degree in the north. So and then the way we look at them from the side, we almost like thinking, oh, all of them are
this is the thing.
But they are not. And then even in terms of religion as well, there are some parts that are completely Christian, so which they are not really going to want to be part of. So, but it's a bit of kind of like a difficult situation really, but we don't really know what nobody really know where this is heading. So, but
I mean, the reality of it, because I am African, a lot of people come here and say that Nigeria will not even make it to 2023. And I point at them and I laugh at them. But the more you look at it, I still point and laugh at them. But really, you have to listen to some of the soundings of people that are deep within our governance and have a deep insertion into the Nigerian space. Because this guy, although I don't like him, he talks a lot of nonsense sometimes, like John Campbell, but he was an envoy to Nigeria and he has made Nigeria his area of expertise. And he's saying that, let me just, as I welcome Isaac, let me just read you that last paragraph again, because that last paragraph, it just tells you then the hopelessness of it. It says, for now, however, the outlook would seem to be continuing, perhaps accelerating instability and uncertainty. So continuing instability, accelerating instability and uncertainty. So that's the prognosis for the Nigerian state, and it really calls for alarm. Isaac, I see you. Hello.
Good evening. And good. Okay, I don't know.
Yes, good. You have to start the Kano style. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So that's how he captures it. Anyway, what are you making of this? But they just saying he will leave Nigeria if Tinubu becomes president. El Rufai telling the Igbos they will never be president so long as they continue to do the Nzobu politics. And this John Campbell now telling us that there's a rescue plan for the Nigerian state, but the future looks foreboding. So that is the narrative.
All right. Nigeria, if Bola Tinubu eventually becomes the president of Nigeria, but the judge is not going anywhere.
No, of course not. Of course not. Is this border dash and chest pumping that this is the thing about us, especially us Yoruba people. The mouth is too sweet. You would think heavens will fall sometimes when they talk, but it's just a lie.
It is me that I'm still young that I can say that, and I will follow it through. Where is he going? Where is he going to at the age of 75 or 76 years?
It must be in his 80s. Yeah.
He had to go to US and also go and stay in snow. Anyway, that is not new. That is not new. Wole Soyinka also said the same thing.
Yes.
When Donald Trump he did mention that okay, if Donald Trump become president, he will cut off his green card. We didn't see that green card cut off.
Yeah, no, never. People do human sacrifice for green card. Green card, no.
So it's not news. Politics is not going anywhere. But the fact is that we can see that people don't really buy the idea of Tinubu to be the president.
Yes, no, but the thing is, it's going to be anyway.
Because Nigeria, that is when Nigeria, that's the only one undertaker that Nigeria needs now.
Mm?
So once he becomes president, then the undertaker that will undertake Nigeria is completed. So it is just to the graveyard one time. So because he is not going to do anything, he's even going to do worse more than Buhari. That is the truth. I don't care. That is the truth. He's going to do worse more than Buhari. Because even as you can see now, what is going on in Yoruba nation, Yoruba land now, he doesn't care. But if killing money of all the shops that is going on right now, he doesn't care about all that. He don't care. So he's going to be worse more than Buhari. So that is why these people are
well, I don't think he'll be worse than Buhari, but I think health-wise, it might well be worse than Buhari because the guy. I mean, I'm going to look for a video of just the guy walking and just put it here. He can't even walk 20 meters.
I always
he's unsteady. Is
either you see his hand shaking like this.
Yeah.
Or the way
maybe he has Parkinson.
No, that's what somebody said yesterday. Somebody said that yesterday, actually. Yeah.
I believe that. So I think these are the reasons that people don't really want to buy the idea of him become president of Nigeria. And this president that everybody is fighting for now, when they get there, they will see how that the whole place is messed up already.
It's mission impossible now because that guy has ruined it.
No, that is just it. They cannot operate under this constitution. And secondly, things have gone worse.
Not only can they not, Isaac, not only can they not operate under this constitution, the legacy that this guy will leave behind with all of the Fulanis that he has just put all over the place, they will just frustrate whoever comes in next.
Exactly. Then I'm going to go to the second point, the issue of El-Rufai, where I'm going to refer to what's the name of this governor, Ekiti State Governor, Kayode Fayemi.
Yeah.
See, when these people are in their comfort zone, they always say unnecessary things that doesn't really match. Now, though he has some good points. If you look at what we discussed yesterday,
yes,
discussed about this matter, that Igbo should involve in Nigerian politics, and I did mention Actor Izeribe, that he was the person. I think he was running against this man from Akure. I can't. I know that Actor Izeribe was a prominent member at the time that was fighting for president. He never got it. The issue is that we all know what is going on. Igbo is marginalized. There is no doubt about that. We should not forget about that. They are marginalized. And you know the reason why people don't really want to support them? It is still because of that of the Biafra war.
Do you think, Isaac, let me add this to what you're saying. Do you think there's an element that people are fearful that they might well embark on a revenge mission?
It's not issue of revenge. I have heard from people that when Igbo get Nigeria president, that is when Nigeria is going to break up. I have heard that so many times. It's not 1 year, it's not 2 years, not 3 years, not 4 years. Way back before I even left Nigeria, I've been hearing that.
Because of course, an Igbo president will not be pushed around like you can push a Yoruba man around. The
exactly.
they will not take it.
Exactly. I've
Are
heard
you
that
really sure they're not going to take it? No.
No, they won't take it. It's not
they
in their
won't take
nature.
it.
It's not in their nature. The Yorubas will probably try and use
Yoruba is
negotiation,
soft.
but the
So
Igbos,
what
they
happened?
will,
So why are their
man
governors?
for-
So why are their governors now? They are governors.
because they are coward at the moment. They have no power. Let's go to Oviedo.
Because governor is still under president. I am saying to you,
exactly.
this is the reason why most people are afraid of Igbo. I am telling you, that is what I have mixed with people. I hear what people say, that whenever Igbo got the presidency, that is when Nigeria is going to break up.
No, that will be when the real fight. That's when the real fight will have to take place. Ovie, I see you. A notable American envoy, indeed an ex-American ambassador to Nigeria, somebody that is studied, satiated, and marinated, and indeed in love with the Nigerian space, a senior functionary of America, is telling us that there are elites on a rescue mission putting together. So Operation Rescue Nigeria is what we're hearing from America. You are in America. What says you, Ovie?
Is that John Campbell?
John Campbell.
As the former ambassador to Nigeria.
Yes. Is it too little, too late, or
to come? I mean, I don't think we need any external help to actually fight what is going on. Matter of fact, this present administration is never actually going to go through with it. For the fact that everybody is shouting for help, they're not going to go through with it because they know the implication. If we actually
sorry to interrupt you, Ovie. He did not say external help. He says Nigerian elites. Let me give you the headline and then I'll just let you carry on. So just bear with me 1 second. He says elites seeking radical options to salvage Nigeria from disaster. So it's Nigerian elites that he is saying that are seeking to put a package together, which is almost some form of a restructuring. So that's I think is what he's saying.
What is the radical option they are looking at if it's not military?
Well, it's restructuring, isn't it? It's essentially that
restructure. That's what majority of Nigeria is clamoring for that. So what is this saying that elite? If he specifically say that, he's not thinking about the constitution. They're actually thinking about
no. It sweeps up the constitution. What
the constitution is going to come under review, regardless of what. That is what he's saying. Before 2026, yes, the constitution
2023.
Before 2023, I don't see that happening. I don't. All these things happen that is going on, as if saying it's just permutation. Their bargain is give and take. At the end of the day, they will carry a VP, give an Igbo man, and everything.
You don't think the pressure is mounting to the point that restructuring or sovereign national council, which is what people really want, you don't think the pressure is mounting to that point that will force itself, whether anybody wants it or not?
Sure, the pressure is on, but when is it going to take full effect? When is it going to, manifest? When are we actually going to see it?
Well, it can manifest immediately. It can look. The whole nation can be brought to a halt and
recalibrate.
Who
is going to do it? That's what I'm saying. Who is going to do it?
I'm saying events will force it. Let's put that to Bia. Bia, I see you. Hello, Bia.
Hello, woman.
Hi, how are you? So, Operation Rescue Nigeria, or any of the topics, what says you? A super plan to rescue Nigeria so that I can still go to Enugu and feel free there.
You love Igbo so much, you.
I do,
Are you married to an Igbo?
Oh, but my best friend is actually an Igbo girl, but I'm married to a Yoruba woman.
Okay, lovely. Well, Operation Rescue the Dustbin. For where? These people are jokers. You guys see, we come here with a point. Let me talk. I've asked the question now.
You are calling me
Ovie, Bia promised you a flogging yesterday if you don't behave. So you can flog him if he doesn't behave.
My brother, you're not dustbin.
But it's a serious matter though, and also speak to what Obasanjo said that what will be the faith of the minority groups, because of course the Igbos can form a nation, the Yorubas can, and the Hausa Fulanis. But what about those thieves and all those small little 2 million, 3 million sort of people? Are they going to get consumed? So speak to all of that, Bia.
They can form their own country
He's fear-mongering. He's fear-mongering. I think it's time he goes and just have a good holiday, relax. Remove his hand from Nigerian politics. He's done a lot, whether good or bad. He should just take a break. Just all those people that took power over when after the British handed over power, they are still there. They want to die on the throne.
It's amazing, isn't it?
They should just go. This money,
unbelievable.
It's shameful. It's disgraceful. Nigeria is a disgrace. It is. So whatever he's saying is fear-mongering. Who are those minorities? What does he mean? What's his definition of minority? How can he define minority?
I think he's talking about the thieves, the juguns, all this
kind of, what he's saying.
Yes. So no, it is legitimate though, because if they don't want to go with the Hausas or the Yorubas, etc., then what should be their faith?
There is always going to be.
Do we then have countries of about 100,000 people surrounded by people pointing guns at them?
He's playing on people's emotions now that everywhere is in dilemma. That's what he's doing. Tapping into those people so that they will now rise up and say, oh, we're a minority. Where has he been all this time before we got to this place? What's he talking about?
Yeah, but that is the language of now, though.
He's losing his respect, saying all these things. I don't want him to come. What is he mending? He had the opportunity to stop this thing. All of them, they're just playing us. We are not fools. Who are minorities? Igbos are minorities. There are some people who are minorities in Yoruba land. What does he mean? There are minorities in families. What is his definition of minority? He's a politician playing all of us like fools. We are not kids anymore. You should just remove his hand. Let the young, fresh people who wants to carry the Nigeria, whatever they want to do, forward. People have freedom of speech.
But even if it's not coming from Obasanjo, it's still a question that has to be addressed. You know, if we have that sovereign national council. But yeah, let's hear from Solo so that we
can I just say something, please? Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
His minority doesn't hold any water because by culture, by ethnicity, we are minorities in different forms and shapes before Nigeria was merged. Even if we are what it says, it looks as if we have one flag, one Nigeria. People are still experiencing characteristics of minority, being deprived. What is worse than that? What is he talking about? That is full nonsense. He should stop making empty noises and promises and making those people feel as if they are being marginalized. No, if they want to go, fine. It's just a referendum to ask people, okay, where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? They can form their own a little nation. Yeah, we were like that before they brought us together. These ethnicities already had been there for millions and millions of years. What's he talking about? He's playing politics on us. He should just go and sit down and enjoy his old age, please. It's true.
What Obasanjo and Trump have in common is the love for the media, and they know how to use it. The guy is just having fun.
Let me add this to the narrative, and then I'll take samplings from Solo. So these are just the broad ethnic groupings that we have in Nigeria. We have the Igbo people, the Hausa, we have the Igbo people, the Yoruba people, the Fula people, which we know as the Fulanis. So the Fula people, the Hausas, the Hausa Fulanis, which stands by this this chart at least as an entity. We have the Ijaw people, we have the TIV people, we have the Ibibio people, we have the Ogoni people, the Edo, the Efik, and the Urobos. So all of these people, of course, they want to say in their destiny, and I think that is the language that Obasanjo is speaking to. Solomon, what says you?
Good evening to you, everybody. First of all, concerning what Obasanjo was saying, it's also the narrative of what I've been having in my mind. It's going to be, breaking up as a country, Bia and everybody. It's not an easy task. That one is something that we should all know because let's just leave that one aside. That's just my own opinion. So going to the other two points, which is the what the El-Rufai made and also the Operation Rescue Nigeria. I think I can see those 2 points as a combination. Why am I saying that? I think the most the region that is really, really very strong now in terms of breaking out of Nigeria is the Biafra. So part of the plan probably to rescue Nigeria, the easiest way will have been just give it to an Igbo man. I mean, presidency 2023. Because once you give it to an Igbo man, oh, don't place my daughter. Once you give it to an Igbo man, it will definitely kind of like reduce the agitation concerning the Igbo breaking out. That's one. Then what Isaac said about the fear of people giving the presidency to Igbo because they might finally break up Nigeria. The easiest way to do it is give it to an Igbo man that you can easily still control. That means somebody that probably has something to hide. I don't know.
You mean
probably,
like Peter Obi, not Okorocha, please. I mean, that will.
No,
if
like Orji Zakalo, for example.
I will give up our Yoruba citizenship and become Cuban.
I mean, probably Orji Zakalo, for example. I mean, they will give it to an Igbo man that they can easily control.
Yeah, maybe Peter Obi. Yes, he at least.
Whichever one, anyone. So that I mean, I think that's a master plan from my own opinion. The next president.
Yes, that's not too far fetched actually. What you're saying, because we're at the precipice, as everybody seems to acknowledge. And you see, what you're saying was what the Americans did in what was that after George Bush Jr. when he just went around the world blowing up every country. And the whole world was ready to turn against America. And what did they do as a masterstroke? A black man. So the Igbo presidency might well be that black man moment. Let me shuffle the pack a bit because I want just to bring voices that are waiting to come in. I am African. Can I shuffle you and then I'll bring you back? Because
okay, let me just say this. I'm really very sorry to say this to us, as in black people, especially Africa. I think we are still not civilized. People that say we are not civilized, they are not wrong. I'll tell you the reason why. So this kind of like agitation and all of that. Just think about it. You got Wales and United Kingdom, Wales, Scotland, and all of them. So obviously Scotland said they want to go, they had a referendum. So let's say Wales, let's say they said, oh, we don't want to be part of the UK anymore. It's not really going to be any too much noise. It's just going to be like, they're just going to do referendum. So in Nigeria, why can that not happen? I don't really see any big deal in that. So it's just about do it. So if people can decide and say, oh, we don't want to, we just want to stay together. And people can say we don't want to be together. So it's as simple as that. So, but unfortunately, we say we're civilized, but we're not. So
okay, well, you can't say that and run away. So whatever beating, you have to stay there to take the beating. So shuffle beer instead, because I think we will not get.
Can I talk to what Beer and African said?
Yes. Before you go, let me just bring something and head out. So to the John Campbell narrative, the Bode George, and then of course you know the rules as well. Mute yourself, or turn down whatever it is. So just to the discussion so far, I know you've been following. What says you? Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. To the John Campbell narrative, I mean, and also what Obasanjo said. These people that want to fix Nigeria.
Can you speak up a bit? We're straining to hear you.
Okay. To the John Campbell narrative, and also to what Obasanjo said. These people that want to fix Nigeria, I'm not saying they shouldn't do, but please tell us what you want to do. Consult us, and also ultimately give us the chance for a referendum so that we can ultimately vote with our feet and hands what we, the people, want. So,
can I tell you, Starman, what I think the leaning of the language is? I think the leaning of the language is towards a sovereign national conference So a sovereign national conference is different from restructuring. A sovereign national conference, it speaks to exactly what you are saying. All of the composing nations of the country will gather and say exactly what they want. And then in that mix, of course, everybody will not get everything, but the agreement of all of that mix is what will either decide if the country continues or not. So I think that is the seminal moment that we have reached.
Okay, now in a sovereign national conference, what if one part decides we are just not doing again?
Yeah, that is part of the conversation. That is the part of everything is on the table.
Right. As long as that's on the table, then
that's just my reading. It is just me speculating.
And for Basanjo scaremongering about the ethnic minorities.
It's not scaremongering. It's raising concerns. It's not scaremongering. It's raising concerns.
Like Bia Udua said, those ethnic minorities have always existed. Even pre-Nigeria, the Tiv and the Jukun, no, I think it was the Tiv, because I think the Jukun allied with the Fulani at some point, managed to defend themselves. Also, they can choose to confederate.
Hold on.
Starman, okay. Can I respond to Starman regarding the constitution? Starman.
Go on and then I'll go.
Starman, as we speak now, we are Nigerian. And there is a constitution that binds us together. Whether we like it or not, there's such a thing that exists. And in that constitution, there is no room for succession. Now, if any group decide to say they want to leave, that process had to start from the people they sent to the Nigerian Congress. That is how you get your referendum. But as we speak now, I don't see anybody from Biafra.
No, you are not going to get the referendum by taking to the streets and burning down. You are never. All you are going to get is like violence or violence.
Yeah, you are not seeing one Igbo
voice within.
Yes,
I know you are going to mention that.
Igbo man that raised that motion. There is a bill in succession to actually back what you are saying. What you guys are doing are just giving the average Fulani man opportunity to just keep doing and undo. I mean, if we say we are smart and civilized, let's do it the right way.
How are we giving them the opportunity to do and undo?
Ovie and Starman, please, let's not go down that road because it's too
let's
early
do
in the
civilized
session.
Way. Let's do it the right way and we'll get
just hold on. I'm going to hold on, Starman as well. I'm going to shuffle I Am African and Solo. Just Solo, if you want to say a quick word, and then I'll shuffle you only to bring you back, but I'll shuffle I Am African. It's just really the list of people wanting to come in.
All right, let me get to something. Starman, just to be clear, I'm also from Delta Igbo. What Ovia is saying, I think I'm in support of that. At the moment, the Biafra and every other thing that the Igbos are agitating, there is no Igbo politicians, both the states and the federal level, that can come out openly and say that. And as long as that is not done, my brother, it's going to be hard. That's just it. All right.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
Okay. That there's no Igbo politician. First things first. I'm sure we've all seen on 2 occasions Abaribe tried to present bills to the House. Not even for any referendum or national conference. No. Just for development, small development of the Southeast. One was for rail line, and that was for seaport. They didn't even let the guy talk. They were just booing him in the House. Talk less of an Igbo man to come and now raise that want to do whatever. Look. Now, secondly, our Igbo politicians, they promised Dave Umahi presidency. They promised Obiano, clearly, that one is eyeing it. Not just the governors, the senators, they're all eyeing, because they said president is going to be from the east. So now, when you've got your eyes on the president, you're not going to want to rock that boat that's giving you the president. Now, these Igbo politicians, relative to the Igbo population, It's just no more than how many 3 senators per state, 15, plus 5 governors, 20, 20 politicians, plus a few other, I don't know, commissioners.
Yeah, but Ovie is saying they can present a bill if they feel the temperature of their people and they want to. Hold on, Ovie, hold on, hold on, Ovie.
We know how the Nigerian state operates. We know. Wait. We know how the Nigerian state operates.
Sorry, hold on, Starman. What people are saying is that the people representing the Southeast in the Senate, they are the voice of the people. And if this referendum is the want of the people because they should know the temperature of their own people, then they should present a bill.
The fact that we have a high court governor like Hope Uzodinma should tell you that those people were not elected by the Igbo people. Those people were
all of them, all the senators and the reps from.
Come on,
but that sounds like a personal problem. To put your house in order, then put it forward.
No, it's not a personal problem. It's not a personal problem. It's a Nigerian problem. We know how the Nigerian state operates. The Nigerian state will bribe anyone.
Okay.
See, if they bribe 20 people, if they bribe 20 people, you cannot ascribe that blame to the remaining 40 million
people.
You
accepting the bribe is your fault. It is
no, you cannot ascribe 20 people collecting bribes.
Okay, so I've muted Ovie and Starman. So let's keep this. We've heard all the warnings from people, so let's keep this till later when we really have that roundhouse experience. But let's hear from voices that we have not heard from. I'm going to unmute both of you because really I shouldn't be muting you, but then of course you know the rules of engagement. Fortright, we see you. What says you, Fortright?
Hello, good evening, handsome, white Nigerian men.
Sorry, Fortright. Quickly, Solo, I'm going to shuffle you. Sorry, yeah, carry on, Fortright.
What would you like me to address first?
Oh yes, there's a former Nigerian American envoy to Nigeria who is maintained interest in Nigeria. Is a name that we're all familiar with. At least a lot of us that follow politics. John Campbell. He is saying that the elites within the Nigerian space are coming together with a rescue package. Because, of course, everybody has identified now radical options is what he's saying. Because, of course, everybody has identified now that it's at on the precipice is the word that is being used. So we're talking about that, and El Rufai, of course, is speaking to that language that asking for secession and playing victimhood. This is him referencing the Igbos at a conference organized by Pastor Ighodalo, that are playing victimhood and chanting secession can never be a pathway to the presidency. This was in response to somebody asking him if the Southeast can ever produce a president. And then Bode George saying that if Tinubu ever becomes president, bye-bye Nigeria. So those are the three topics that we're tackling so far. But I have a bonus one for especially Starman, which I shall narrate soon. So off you go, Fortright.
Well, Bode George is just saying what he's saying. If they really wanted to do anything significant for Nigeria, they could have done it ages ago. So we all know it's not going anywhere. So let's just put him to the side. El Rufai. I believe that Igbos are, what's that word that we use? We keep using this word, it's flown off my head now. Marginalized. I strongly believe that it's the same thing that the African Americans will say about systematic racism. You push them out systematically, you don't give them the opportunities to really get in there. And I think we don't understand the history. I think Isaac has said it all, so I'm not going to go into that. And he's also trying to, send them a point message, their message, and I also agree with Ovie to some extent. They need to, they're selling their people out. It's the same thing that Zik did right from the very start. It's the same thing that Yoruba leaders are doing and Yoruba politicians are doing the same thing. So I agree with that point. Okay, Obasanjo now. If Obasanjo was so concerned with my minority group, he was a president for 8 years. He should have made sure that national conference is held, or is it the sovereignty conference is held. He should have made sure that that constitution, captured the benefits or ensured, the interest of those.
But that wasn't the pressing topic at that time.
It was.
The constitution was not under the pressure it is now under the Obasanjo regime.
It was. I'm telling you, I have listened to the panel where Afeni Ferre specifically was talking about that. And there's always been groups who agitated for the constitution to be brought down.
During Obasanjo's regime?
Yes, absolutely. And then, as I said before, there was a conference held, I believe it was 2014, during Jonathan's regime. There was a conference held. So right now, I
think they had one under Obasanjo too. Yeah.
Exactly. There's a draft constitution already right now. The Nigerian government is just failing to implement it. Because
in fact, there was another one under this regime that El Rufai did.
So there you go. So they're just all playing us, really. That's all they're doing. And until the people rise and revolt, these people are not going to keep on mounting pressure. They're not going to do anything. And that's why you're having all this.
Do you feel that sense of foreboding of a bloodbath within the Nigerian space that a lot of people seems to say is almost inevitable?
That is what needs to happen, unfortunately.
Wow, I know. It doesn't. We should try and avoid that.
Listen, I'm not saying
it's not about whether you want it or not. It's going to happen.
Exactly. When you push people to the wall, they're going to have to push back. You and
but that is what this rescue mission is all about, isn't it? This rescue mission.
I'll come to that rescue mission. What you don't realize is you and I in the diaspora are refugees here.
Exactly. I love this woman. Thank you.
No, but I say that all the time. Well, be quiet, Starman. I say that all the time, and let her speak.
People migrate all the time for different reasons. Through time, people migrate for different reasons. But when you have mass migration, we run away to protect our sanity. That's what happens. So we're refugees trying to protect our sanity here. There's no reason why we should be here. Now, all these elites who are going to the Western world to ask for help, I really don't see the sense in it. Because you keep saying that the whites are racist, they are oppressing you, and other kind of business. And at the same time, on the other end, you are going to say, please help us.
Nigeria is part of a global community, so it's not a black or white thing. Yeah.
I'm not saying it isn't. So is France. So when France has a problem, where do they go to? They go
to NATO. Right? They go to NATO.
And G7. They do.
Of course.
They do.
Whether they're begging or not, they ask for help.
No, don't understand what I'm saying. You're going to say, you are rescuer, you are savior. No. Like Ovie is saying,
the Americans rescued the entire European continent in the Second World War. Just the Americans alone. The entire European continent.
Not just the Americans. Not just there was an alliance.
Well, they were the deciding factor.
An alliance is different.
So everybody asks for help, is the point.
No, the Europeans asked for help. The Americans didn't want to get involved in the war until Japan sucked the Americans into the war. The Americans did not come in to come and save the Europeans. No,
the Europeans asked for help. The Europeans asked for help,
and the Americans couldn't be bothered. They couldn't be bothered.
Well, there you are. So people can ask for help. Is the point that is being made?
People should not ask. What I'm saying is there's a difference between an alliance and you saying you are my savior. There's a difference. You're playing to their hands. Then they can do whatever they want with you.
Oh, okay. Well, but back to the point, though.
What I'm saying is go back to your own nation. Go back to your own people and see how you can put pressure on your own government. Join somebody.
How do you
mean? Because they're going around now doing their separate things. So different people will write letters to United Nations. Different groups will write letters to America. Different people will write letters to the United Kingdom. They will raise petition on change.org. What are they going to listen to, really?
Oh, okay.
What are they going to listen
to? Thank you, Fortright. Freddie, we see you.
That you are not what you're doing. You're not together.
Oh, no, sorry. Expand on that, because I'm not clear on what you are saying, if it chimes with the Fortright.
Okay, what I'm saying is, so if France is going to go to America and say, oh, we need to form a deal because we need your help for something, it's going to be one leadership of France going to America. It won't be different groups writing random letters and asking for petition, come here, a case, and all that kind of. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No,
so
I think there are two strands to probably what you are saying or what is being said. What you are saying is all these subgroups writing to the international community, and what they are really writing to is the United Nations, which is where they should write to. But the other thing that is being talked about is Buhari reaching out to the international community, especially to the Americans, to bring African, which is in Stuttgart, in Germany, which is the dedicated potency of America that is geared towards Africa. So that potency is situated permanently in Stuttgart. So what Buhari is saying is that bring it to the African continent if you're gearing it towards the African continent, because the need is immediate. So let's go to Freddie. Freddie, what says you? Freddie? Did I mute you, Freddie, or did you mute yourself?
I've just unmuted myself now. Yeah.
All right, hi.
Everyone.
Yeah.
How are you doing, guys?
Well.
Yeah. I was saying something to Ovie at the comment section because I heard what he was saying, and then this whole thing is.
Hello, Freddie. Freddie, do we have you?
I said I should take over from him.
Okay. I will let Freddie. Yeah, okay,
I'm
go
here.
on. Yeah.
Sorry, I was saying, how many times have they had national conferences? They've so many times, and they are there gathering dust. They will discuss, and nothing will come out of it because they know that people are not that. They just kind of when you call for it, they just do it to pacify you, to keep us calm, and they say carry on with what they're doing. How many of the reports are there? They are there gathering dust. They don't even need to do any new one.
No,
all they need
because
to do
we've
is
had
go to the old
we
ones
have three
and bring them out, and that is it. You don't even need to call for it. But they leave them there to gather dust because they know, okay, that's what they are calling for. Okay, let's just shut them up. Let's just bring blah blah blah, and that's it, and try to shut people up.
Do you know, Freddie? Do you know what Buhari said when they were asking him about the Sovereign Council or whatever it is that Jonathan did? He spent a lot of money to gather everybody to reshape the country. Do you know what he said about the report after he became president? He said it belongs in the archives. That is what he said.
Exactly.
It belongs in the archives.
So we don't even need to do a new one. Bring out the old ones and let's review it because they're there. They've already done it.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair to Buhari. Obasanjo had the opportunity to and refused to do it. The same thing.
No, he did the same report as well.
The problem here is the elite. It's not an Iboma, it's not the Yoruba, it's not a Iwama. They are all one. So we need to come together to and reason as one and go after them. All this one says it's not going to help anyone.
Yeah, but
Hausa had the opportunity to refuse to change it. If Yoruba had the opportunity to refuse to change it, Niger Delta had the opportunity to refuse to change it. So we should not just be. We should be focused on one particular set of people. Which
hold on. Just off the back of what Ovie is saying, it just struck me now because Obasanjo had this same council under his regime. Goodluck Jonathan had this same council, and really we did not have Yar'Adua for long. He had it under his regime. Buhari has had it as well, led by El Rufai. So this just seems to be like Freddie is suggesting that it's just like let's just throw them a bit of bread, and as they scramble, we just carry on. Freddie.
That's what it is, obviously. But like Ovie, How do we do it? There's nothing. That is what is happening now. Is what is going to happen for them to do it.
Just like Starman and Bear believe that when you push people to the wall, there's always a way out. There's nothing like how do we do it. Are we that
exactly? No, you said let's do it the proper. Which one is proper?
We need
when
to
it comes to Nigeria, there's nothing proper. That is
first
what
of
you
all,
should
we need
understand.
to agree that we have particular set of people who hold us hostage. We need to agree on that first. If we don't agree on that,
we already know that. And that is what is happening.
We know it, but individually we know it, but collectively, what are we doing about it?
What should we do about it? Don't ask questions, give answers. What should we do about it?
Ovi is trying to do it. Listen, those people, those elites in Nigeria, they do not think. You are in the Western world. You have see the way things work. It does not work like that in Nigeria. They do not listen to it.
Why are you keep saying that? Why are you keep saying that? What do you mean? It can be done. Are you saying there's no way out? Who tell you that if succession
the way it can be done is what is happening now. Violence. That's the way it can be done.
It is not the duty of the oppressor to give you freedom. It is your responsibility to take it.
Exactly. That is why they are
talking about. All these men we are talking, the very man that we are criticizing today, this is a man who take over leadership in his 20s.
That is what is happening now. Burning down places, kidnapping people. That is how they are trying to take it. Causing anarchy, chaos.
These people, hold on, and Freddie. And that is what they are doing. They are fighting back. They are not going to sit down for us to come.
Hold on, Ovi and Freddie. Let me take Isaac and Fortright's permission just to shuffle them, because just a number of people just waiting. So sacrilege to even shuffle Isaac, but the number of people waiting and the conversation is going on between the four on the screen so far. So Isaac and Fortright, I'll shuffle you to Fortright. Don't leave before you have your final word. So if you want to leave, just say in the private chat, and then I'll bring you back up because we need to hear more from you. So we bring Soji up, and then we'll bring Ayo up as well. Soji, we see you. So you carry on as I continue to fiddle my way through this. Where do you stand in the conversation, Soji?
Hi guys, thank you very much. Hopefully I can be heard. I'm happy as to where we have come in the discussion in terms of speaking about the power of the people. My take on this thing is that Nigeria has never had any politics, that makes sense. I remember hearing from a BBC reporter conducting an interview with the Saudana of Sokoto at the time, and speaking to him about the politics of similar to what Nkrumah has given to Ghana at the time, and how important it was for Nigeria to stand up as a black nation in this world. And Saudana's response was, we don't really have time for that at this moment. What we have to do is to sort out our own politics in way of who we are in Nigeria. Now, unfortunately, I felt that is the politics that we have continued with, and that is the politics that has led us nowhere over 60 years. What we're speaking about, what I would like to see, really, I would like to see the South go through its problems and come to a solution. I would like to see Oduduwa and Igbos. I won't say Biafra, because Biafra, I'm afraid, is still not clear to me, much as it is to yourself, one man, in terms of the name, and
the composition,
and yes, who is a part of this, and the geography of it. All these things are guesswork, and all these things are rather claim-worthy from the side of the East, which is not fully agreed by those of the East. So I would like to see the Oduduwa, which is homogeneous, Igbo, which is homogeneous, to see who would join them as a country. If that is seen, and whatever it's called at that time, I would like to see the negotiation between Oduduwa and the East, and to suggest what we want to do with the Middle Belt. How can we partner the Middle Belt? How can we bring the Middle Belt into our enclave as a country?
Well, hopefully they have a say in their destiny as well.
Indeed, which is why they will be going through their own processes. But at the same time, I feel the capture, wrong word, sorry, the involvement that we need of the Hausa people, not the Fulani people, the Hausa people, to see if they too have a reasonable mind to want to join this new enclave, which we will call a new country. This is the thing I feel the people.
But that still sounds like Nigeria. If you have the Igbos, the Yorubas, and the Hausas, then what's changed?
I'll tell you what's changed. What's changed in my view, I can argue with you in support of what Starman was saying yesterday about the word and the name Nigeria. I'm afraid I for a very long time have understood that word. It belongs to the word nigger. The etymology is the word nigger.
Thank you.
Now you may not like that.
No, go on.
Wait. You may not like that.
I'll let Ayo come in as well because I can see he's nodding in agreement too. So, but you finish, Soji.
I understand, yeah. And I appreciate how harsh it is because I tell you this, I was 7 years old when I told my uncle that this word Nigeria means nigger. My uncle was taken aback, but he looked at it reasonably. And he found that absolutely it's called nigger. Now, the first time it was said to me, I'm a person that used to travel as a young person, born in Nigeria, grown up in the UK. I used to travel a lot between the countries. There was times when I used to come back from Nigeria, and at my primary school, I would be bringing pineapples and all goods from the country. It would spark an interest for my pupil peers. What happened now is that they asked my father to come in and speak about Nigeria, which I was very proud about. In him doing so, I remember when he left, children were following him, asking him so many questions. There was one boy who looked at the name Nigeria and he said, oh, look, the nigger area. That's what he said. I'm talking about 1970.
No, that doesn't add anything.
No,
what
it doesn't. It doesn't. No, I beg. I understand that you are.
No, it spells and sounds, but what's the point you're making?
My point is that the name Nigeria has almost been like a curse for our country.
Yeah, but what has that got to do with the word nigger?
I want to agree with
wait, everybody wait, please.
What has that got to do with the word nigger?
What about the country Nigeria?
Wait.
No, hold on, Ovie.
One man. Do you think
hold on.
That,
I'm going to mute you because you can't do that. Soji has the floor, so let him have the floor. Yeah,
let me speak.
Go on, Soji.
Thank you. Now, one man, I really do appreciate your side of the argument, whereby it is abhorrent to you to to feel that you are being called a nigger by name.
No. Don't say that. Don't speak for me. You know. Of course, I'm not going to let you speak for me. I'm not abhorred by it. It doesn't abhor me. I just don't agree with it. It's puerile and jeune. It's pedestrian. This thing, and we've gone through it before.
You said
it's nothing to do. Yeah. It spells like nigger. It's pronounced nigger, but it is not predicated upon the word nigger. So what are we doing still on this?
What does it mean then?
Okay, sir. Now let me finish. Let me come back.
It means Niger area, which from the river Niger.
I beg.
What is Niger? It's a river.
No, let's
not stay here for too long.
Let's finish one.
We won't stay for too long because it's not that what I want to speak about.
Yeah.
Largely, the word Niger is given, that G is given a special G almost. However,
what special G? What do you mean special
G?
Let
me finish, sir. Unfortunately, the etymology of the word nigger is the word Nigeria. If you're going to say to me,
why you say that? It's the word Negro, not the word Nigeria. No. Give it up. So you just move on to something else because we've had the etymology of the word nigger is not Niger. It is Negro. You know that, and I know that.
No,
so
how does this help our conversation?
I was about to give you the history yesterday, but you refused.
No, allow it for a minute. Because it's a small point. It's not a big point.
Hold on, Soji. Soji, let me just address this guy, and hopefully for the last time. You were telling me yesterday that the word Negro is from the Romans, and you were chatting these fantastical things, and you were telling me that the biggest slavers were the Yorubas, completely made up entirely in its entirety.
Did I say that the biggest slavers were the Yorubas?
You did, and I put you up on that.
No, I said the biggest population that was taken to Brazil as slaves were the Yorubas. I didn't say they were the biggest slavers.
Okay. All right, let's not rehash old topics unless, of course, we're evolving it. So let's go back to Soji because he had the floor.
Thank you.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
The thing is, with I listened yesterday to the conversation, and the amount of inaccuracy that was spoken and misunderstood was much. I would have liked to have come in yesterday, but I want to do it today in a clean space. I believe, if I can just bring it down, because the intricacy and the politics of it that we're being fed out on a daily basis, which we're grabbing onto, I feel is a waste of our time. I feel if we were going to, as a people that want...
Okay, so to what John Campbell said, so that we can have Ayo speak as well, and then the people that are lined up too.
Sorry, one man.
Yeah.
Can you please...
No, just hold on. Yes. Oh, okay. So you carry on. Let me just mute Starman because I want us to be able to self-audit because we are adults, but of course, I'll carry on, Soji.
Guys, thank you. Now, I'm speaking from where the conversation is and really what I would like to see for Nigeria. I believe, and as I've been saying, the politics of Nigeria, I believe it to be a waste of the time of the people within that country. I believe it to largely be a conversation, as Ovie would largely say, amongst the elites. It almost doesn't concern us. They give us bread that falls from the high table, and that is not sufficient. We need to take responsibility as we are Nigerians today. You understand?
How's that taken?
I believe, as I said, the negotiation between the Igbo and the Yoruba and the forming of an alliance. Whoever needs to mute, let them mute, please. The forming of the alliance between these two groups, and in the gathering of
who leads that?
Well, I think amongst the Yorubas there are a lot of people that could be held to lead that, and I think there needs to be a drive from the people. The people themselves need to be a big part of that leadership. You understand? The same too. If for argument's sake, the South went through this process and became one country, then it is for the South, who now hold the sway of the power, the balance of power, to invite the Middle Belt and the Hausas into it.
Why would they want to? When what they want is individual autonomy.
My reasoning is because Nigeria is an economic powerhouse, and we need to keep it as an economic powerhouse. And the market
go on.
The market that says that we have 200 million people within our bounds. It's pulling power. It's power in the UN. It's power, full stop.
Are you not speaking to the language of restructuring, Soji? You are speaking to the language of restructuring.
Really, maybe it's the language of restructuring. I don't know. I'm not clear. But I would say it's the language of making ourselves a new sovereign nation.
Okay, thank you, Soji. Let's hear from Ayo. Ayo, so just really, you have free reign, but to the theme, though, of what John Campbell said, El Rufai's positioning regarding Igbo presidency, and Bode George saying he's going to give up his passport should Tinubu ever become president. So off you go.
Yeah, so I know John Campbell. I think he's very well versed on Nigerian issues. He was a past envoy. He's not a current envoy, and that's actually a step. Hopefully, the next step the US will take in addressing the Nigerian issue, which hopefully will be appointing a Nigerian envoy or a US envoy to Nigeria, and that would be the next step, and that's when intervention happens. And I heard bits and pieces earlier when I was on my way home when you guys were having a conversation about, well, we shouldn't have US involvement. We kind of do want US involvement because every other nation will line up behind them. No one is going to confront, including the British. In fact, they've already done so. No other country is going to oppose what the US wants out of Nigeria. Unfortunately, fortunately for the South, it appears that the US is, I don't want to say on our side, but taking our point of view and seriously considering restructuring as the first push. Now, they've also made provisions to accept any new entities that come out of Nigeria if the restructuring doesn't go through. The reason they've done that is probably because they understand how the Fulani thinks.
No, sorry. Why do you say that? What do you know to that effect?
Oh, this is, there was a conversation, I think about 5 or 6 days ago with 3 congressmen and
it was a Zoom conference, wasn't it?
It was a Zoom conference with Chris, what's his name? Frank Wolf, Chris, and some other guys.
Carry on.
And you know, Nigeria has been elevated to a CPC, a country of particular concern. The next step is the US government will appoint an envoy to Nigeria. And once that happens, then that means concrete steps have to follow. They will never just appoint an envoy just to wait and see. That means they already have a plan in the pipeline. But all indication is this, and this is why the US, the UN, the EU, and British are all speaking with one voice, and they're saying your problem in Nigeria is not military intervention. Your problem is a personal sort of like regional issue.
It's a systemic and a structural one, yeah.
Exactly. Basically, what they're saying is you have a constitution that isn't working for you. Give the regions power. Nothing is going to work. Now, they've made provisions likely that the Fulani are not going to heed that. I mean, they have so much power by maintaining a unitary government. So it's almost going to be impossible for any politician, past or present, to want to do away with that. I mean, if you've gotten fat from a certain revenue stream, you're not going to do anything to change that. And, you know, I think everyone, realistically, I think we understand that right now. Everyone's the easy way out would be restructuring. It's not going to happen because those guys are not going to give up power. Restructuring would mean, meaningful restructuring would mean letting the regions control their resources.
Not everyone is accepting of that logic, by the way. It's certainly not me, but I carry on.
Right. Well. I mean, you're a very hopeful guy and you're optimist, but at some point, reality will sink in.
Your reality is different from my reality, but carry on. Yeah.
But anyway, not to belabor the point. So Plan B is this. So Plan B is, as far as the U.S. is concerned, based on what I deduced from the conversation that we're having with the congressman, Plan B is no restructuring. They appoint an envoy. They tell, at this point, they're just going to tell, they're going to start recognizing different factions in Nigeria as independent units. They can also do this. They can also just tell Buhari that you need to restructure, and he doesn't have a choice. The power of, and it won't involve America using any military might. They don't need to do that. They don't use that for Russia. They just use sanctions. Sanctions means they can, all the big guys in Nigeria that have money in bank accounts overseas.
That is, sorry to interrupt you, but that is the new form of sanctioning now. I think it's the British that introduced it because they've realized that sanctioning the nation in itself, it doesn't change anything. It's just punishing the people that are already been punished. So they're targeting the echelons. Yeah. So you are right in that. So carry on.
So the big guys in the country who obviously have these billion-dollar accounts need to move their money around in US dollar. That's the international currency. Well, if the US says there's a sanction on this country, that means you can't transfer a penny in US dollars to another bank account in another country. That bank will be sanctioned, or that bank will have its own consequences. The country will have its own consequences. So no country on the planet is going to stand up to the United States with regards to that. So it's kind of an easy fix, and that's why they're pretty much just hoping that the Nigerian government will get its act together before they put their foot down, because ultimately all they have to do is tell Buhari, restructure, or we're going to recognize Biafra and Oduduwa or something. I mean, they can pretty much do what they want. They just don't want to seem like they're interventionists, and they're hoping that we will figure it out. But just me, based on the understanding of the Fulani,
you see, what the whole world cannot afford the Nigerian implosion, because if Nigeria implodes, that is the end of Benin Republic, Togo, and all the way to Ghana. That is the end of Cameroon completely, because they'll just move. Are they going to be gunning down millions of people marching through there? They'll just sweep through all of this. So and it will cascade and cascade. All this Libya that they say they are roughing up Nigerians. When 100 million people land in their country, they put the guns away and flee. They cannot afford the Nigeria to implode.
Yeah, there's going to be a solution one way or the other. I think the trigger point, I don't know, just assuming based on how I see the US government operate, I think the trigger point would be an attack on Lagos by some terrorist group. That would be a move too far. And that's when the international community is going to get hard. And I think the jihadists know that too, and that's why they're not going to mess around. They will mess around with everywhere except Lagos when it comes to kidnapping and committing, like, you know, their crazy. I don't know, but I suspect they probably have some clue that would be a step too far for the international community. The last thing I wanted to make, last point I wanted to make, because I got to go. The last point I wanted to make was about Nigeria, the word Nigeria.
Yes, the nigger point. Yeah.
Now, this does not really require much debate. Nigeria was a word. Does anyone know who formed the word Nigeria? Does anyone know?
Flora Shaw.
So-called Flora Shaw.
Flora Shaw, her name is.
But it was used much longer before then.
Was that Lord Lugard? Wasn't she Lord Lugard? Wasn't she Lord Lugard's wife or
girlfriend? No, girlfriend or mistress. Yeah.
After jumping from the other guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, there you go. So there's actually a documentary. Don't take my word from it. There's a documentary on Netflix. It's called The Journey into the
African Nation.
Yes. It says it clearly at the end.
That's what.
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna say it. Honestly,
no, you have to have a position.
It says it clearly. Nigeria is a slur word.
It does mean.
He said it there. I don't know why you would stop at that. Why would you stop there? Why are you explaining?
Hey, no, hold on. Yeah. Documentary together.
Hold on. Let him speak. He says he has to leave. So let him speak.
I asked you about.
Why don't you just let him speak?
Let him speak. Let Ayo carry on, please.
Ayo, carry on.
One more. Trust me. When I first found out too, I know what you're going through. It will break your heart, but that's what it means.
That's not at all what it means. And
that's what it means. Go watch the documentary.
No documentary is going to tell you what is in the history books. We all know how the name was formed. You know, so this
how was it formed?
What do you think?
How was it formed?
It doesn't mean anything. It's just a convergence of
Yoruba man.
Please, Soji, because I think Ayo wants to leave. It's just a made-up word, which is predicated upon a river that exists.
Negro.
So what? Flora Shaw coined it.
Negro means black in many languages.
It means black in Spanish and Portuguese. And Starman is telling us it's a Roman word.
The word is black.
Just making up stories and.
What about the country Niger?
What's a shame if I can just quickly come in?
Niger?
If I can just quickly come in, because it is quite a predictive point. If I can just quickly say this.
I don't like to talk about things I don't know. I only talk about what I know. Niger, I think it's pronounced Niger, and I don't know. I don't know the origin of that name and that country. But I know
that makes a fallacy of what you just said, then, doesn't it? If two countries, you cannot say they are both slur words, can you? But it stands more to reason that they're predicated upon a river that runs through them than some slur word, according to Nnamdi Kanu.
Just watch the documentary.
I will watch it, but I will watch it only to dismiss it.
But again, to link towards Starman and Ayo, even the river Niger, that was not the original name of that river. That river has been existing.
Yeah, I mean everything is pretty much sort of like.
Yeah, so I mean,
Nigeria.
I've not done my research on that, so I can say I've heard a lot of argument about it, but I've not done my research, so I can't actually take a stand.
Okay. Thank you, Ayo. Hopefully, when you if you get back in time, we always we sleep here anyway. So if you are back in time, then
Ayo, I would have loved to give you a history of that whole. From the River Niger, from us even. So one man just said Negro is not a Roman word. Really?
No, it's a Spanish Portuguese word that means black.
Hey! So are you saying?
Talking about?
Look, I actually have an Italian girlfriend right now. You can have
a double Dutch girlfriend because you speak double Dutch.
Look.
I gotta go, guys.
Negro is a Roman word.
Look, everybody has Google. Don't worry. Everybody has Google. Just Google the word Negro, and the Google will tell everybody what Negro means.
Yeah, but what's the difference? Italian and Roman, are they not the same? What are you talking about?
No, they are not.
Where is Rome? Where is Italy?
Who's talking? They are both in Europe. The French and the Russians are not the same. They are both in Europe. The Uzbekistans and the English are not the same. They are both in Europe.
Is Rome not in Italy? What are you guys saying?
Is Rome not in Italy?
Yeah.
No. The Negro is a Spanish Portuguese word for black. Don't take anything. Just Google it yourself now. But you have Google Deceno. And we're not doing this Negro, whatever it is again.
So what is Negro in Italian?
I am not Italian, so you have the Italian girlfriend.
What is Negro? What is Negro?
Deceno, carry on. I'm going to have to remove this guy at some point because he's constituting himself a nuisance. Yeah.
Actually, I think Starman is right. The origin is Italian.
You think so? Well, let me just Google the word Negro right now. Carry on.
One man, a lot of people come on here and agree with me, but you always just disagree. You seem not to like me, but fair enough.
No, I don't like
the truth points to itself.
Look,
the truth points to itself.
The only person I like here is Isaac. The only person I like here is Isaac. The rest of you are just people that badly watch.
I don't need you to like me. I'm just here to tell the truth because the truth points to itself.
No, okay, all right, okay. Let the Senate go.
I think.
I like everybody. I was only joking.
Yeah.
Go on now.
One man doesn't want to. He doesn't want you to drive the narrative of the conversation to Biafra. That's the point.
No, we will get to it. In fact, I have a present for him later on. So carry on.
Yeah. Where do I start? John Campbell, America.
Yes. Just pick it from whichever spot tickles you.
Yeah, personally, for me, I don't, I know America will want to have a say on what's going on in Nigeria, but at the same time, I do not like American intervention in the Nigerian matter. I don't. America is not coming here for our interests under any circumstances. And I can also tell you, America has a contingency plan for Nigeria. They have a contingency plan of about 100,000 soldiers as a contingency plan towards Nigeria. Should anything happen in Nigeria, they'll be having this since year 2000. And when I was living in the US, America was recruiting Nigerian citizens who are in the US who speak Yorubas, Igbos, and Hausas as an interpreter. They've been having this plan for a very long time. Why were they doing that? In 2015, they told us that we're going to break up. In 2015, that Nigeria will break up. We didn't. We are still dancing along. But Buhari came in and make everything the way it is, which is very, very unfortunate. John Campbell has been an ambassador in Nigeria for a very long time, and he's well versed with Nigerian politics. Whatever he say, John Campbell seems to have, an interest in Nigeria. From his utterances over the years, because sometimes I always like to, hear from him whenever we discuss Nigerian matter and politics. But I still believe that America can do, you know, a whole lot of work to help Nigeria, you know, come out of this situation. Because the progress of Nigeria is not in America's interest. Trust me. For the next 50 years, Nigeria has the potential to become a superpower, and America don't like that. One of the reasons why America want to build their AFRICOM in Africa is for the sole purpose of economic domination, so that should the case we Africans, not only Nigeria, we Africans trying to rise up against them, we might not have the military to be able to match that, because they know now that we are very weak. So they want to put a foothold in Africa before we start developing, start having people with the right brain and right vision to lead Africa and rebuild Africa to become a superpower. So they want to have their foothold there now. And if you look at Nigeria, for example, you notice that Nigeria is surrounded by an American, satellite troop. They have in Cameroon, I don't know whether if they are still there. They have in Niger, they have one of the biggest military drone station in Niger. So Nigeria breaking up or trying to help Nigeria to break, it's not to their interest. They are not interested. They even want Nigeria to even break up, because Nigeria is a threat to them in the future, not now. Nigeria has the capacity to become a superpower, and America do not want that. Now we are not superpower. We are nobody for now.
There was a prediction that we should actually be by 2020, which we have already gone past now.
Yes.
The trajectory just about 15 years ago thereabout was Nigeria would be a top 15 economy by 2020.
Yes, if we have the right people managing Nigeria, yes, it is possible. And if you notice that during Goodluck Jonathan administration, the American administration was very hostile towards
because it was propelling the country forward. He rebased the economy and he emerged by distance the biggest economy in Africa.
You can see the American administration at that time was very hostile towards Jonathan, and one of the reasons we don't like him, because Jonathan was making an economic move that will position Nigeria.
It was all about development, Jonathan.
It was about development, building up our military, forming the economic alliance with China and all of that. So they were not happy about that. It's one of
just to interrupt you, Deseno, just on Goodluck Jonathan, he has a perfect plan for the Boko Haram insurgency. If he was president now, it would have probably have worked. He had mapped out an architecture for agriculture for that Sambisa forest that was going to pump a good $2-3 billion into that space, and was getting these mercenaries from South Africa and Israel to flush this these insurgents back so that they can put an economy in. And as soon as they put the economy in, if you tell the boy that here is $100, come and carry gun and be shooting people, or here is $100 or $200 every month, be farming this land and be respectable in your community, those boys will put the guns down. So he had he had devised, and that thing will still be in the archive somewhere. He had already devised an architecture for that Sambisa forest in particular, to just turn it into the best farmland.
Yes.
That guy, I mean, it's completely underrated.
So let me give you the genesis of the problem where America started having a problem with Jonathan. If I could just go back to this conversation a little bit. You see, what happened was this: Nigeria used to import rice from the US and Thailand. So what happened was Jonathan brought in Adesina, and Adesina revolutionized the agricultural sector of Nigerian economy. So Nigeria was, after about 2-3 years, from 2011 to about 2013 or there about that, Nigeria said we are going to stop importation of rice from the US. And the farmers who are producing rice in America, they were very angry that Nigeria, we stop. So they went to their congressmen in the US and they told them what is going on, what's going on. Why is Nigeria, stopping the importation of rice? That they should talk to Nigeria. So Goodluck administration, they put their feet down and say, no, we are sufficient. We'll be sufficient with rice by 2015. I will be able to produce enough rice. That was where,
and that's a $5 billion per annum that we're talking about. It's not more.
And the American administration at that time assure their farmers that, don't worry, as far as we get your support, we'll continue to, talk to Nigeria and they will import rice. So the farmers that were protesting in the US saying that they will not support the Obama administration if it should, the Nigeria stop, that they should go and talk to Nigeria and let them continue to import. That was where they start having problem with Goodluck Jonathan. And that was the basis for them not supporting Jonathan. It was purely for economic reason. You understand?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, you can.
That is just, let's say, 25% of the whole scenario that I put to Goodluck. And that is because that is coming from Bill Gates, who is very much interested in agriculture.
Oh, that one is evil, that Bill Gates.
Then another 25% was when they were pushing for Nigeria to legalize LGBTQC.
Oh yeah, gay laws, yes.
And instead, that did not just fail, but instead we criminalize them. That too. But the bigger picture is that the outside, the Fulanis were so left out that they took one time out, they decided to assemble their kingsmen and went straight to
there were about 7-8 of them.
They went to
the governor, Babagana, at that, yes, I know the list.
Carry on. They went to Washington and sit down with Obama and John Kerry. They say, hey,
they are going to blow up the place.
This man is messing things up. And we should not forget that the American dollar today is still very powerful because of Saudi Arabia oil. So there's a very strong link with that. And as at that time, Saudi Arabia is not actually happy with what is going on with El-Zazaki, because El-Zazaki belongs to the
Shiites, yeah.
So, and again, on the home front, when they came back from this Washington trip, so they were easy to convince the Yorubas and our own Niger Delta brother who are disgruntled for Goodluck not carrying them into the administration directly. They all came out against it. That was why it was.
Yes, it's a complex one.
If it's time for the Yorubas and the Igbos and everybody to come together and take the Fulani out, but instead, we begin to fight ourselves again because we want individual power.
Let me shuffle a bit. Soji, I'll shuffle you if you don't mind, just to bring Mike in. It's just really to manage people. So whoever was talking, you can carry on. Deseno, you were talking.
Yes. So and also there was another move Jonathan made that made them really, hate his guts. He went to China and was, I think he signed an agreement to convert our currency reserve into a Chinese currency, so that all the trade in West Africa,
yes,
Nigeria will become a base for conversion of
I'm aware of that too. Yeah.
So America was not very happy about that, which means that the dollar Nigeria will phase out the dollar from their reserve, and America made most of their money through the conversion of the dollar. So they were not very happy about that. That was another.
Well done, Deseno, because I am aware of that, but I wasn't sure that a lot of people were aware of that when they wanted to move against. Because if they start to transact, they call it the petrodollar.
America would rather see an ally of 50 million people than less. Because right now, within the next 15 to 20 years, China is going to be on top of the game, economically, military, and everything. They're going to be world number one. The advent of the Vice President Kamala Harris, who we all know is an Indian woman, is not a coincidence. It's just to strengthen the ally between the American and the Indian. Because if you look right now, the force of India, their economy is growing out of proportion. So them having India 1.4 billion at that time on their side, and Nigeria, who they presume to be 500 million on their side, is a win-win over the Chinese all over again. So they would rather have Nigeria intact than everybody go a separate way. That's why I keep saying that on the foreseeable future, it's really going to be very hard. The thing that is really going to happen that we all are clamoring for is how to destroy that constitution and rewrite it according to our own way of life. Then we can now say, okay, this is the kind of autonomous instinct one or region one. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold your response, Deseno. I'm going to bring Mike in, but before I bring Mike in, make your response quickly then, because I want to introduce another story, which is...
what I was trying to say is this. You see, Nigeria will be better, if we stay together. That's, if the Fulani don't try to cause serious trouble. from between.
Sometimes I think we overrate these people, you know.
Yeah,
but
I know they will not be able to do anything. What they are doing now is just they just braggadocio. That's what they are doing.
A few boys in the forest shooting people.
Probably because once the push comes to shove, we rise up against them. We can flush them out in a very very quickly, So what I'm saying is for the Western countries, Nigeria is an economic threat to them. That is one of the reasons why they wouldn't want Nigeria to develop. They like in fact, they will, with what's going on in Nigeria, they would play us a game. They will play us a game because an industrialized Nigeria is not in their best interest.
No.
Because the raw materials they're using in Europe and America, most of them come from Sub-Saharan Africa.
The Sino, you should host this show, because hold on, Ovie. You should hold this show, the Sino, because your thinking aligns a lot with my thinking. And just to add on to what you're saying, those resources they get for nothing, they just take it. And the Nigerian success is not just Nigeria succeeding that is a threat to these people. Do you know that in Gambia they have Saturdays as environmental sanitation day? So that tells you that a lot of these small African countries, they take their lead from Nigeria. So if Nigeria succeeds, and then that will cascade, because if we establish good governance, you see how we chased out Yahya Jammeh from Gambia. Yes. If we establish good governance in Nigeria, we can cascade it all the way through. And then, of course, those resources then.
For
the Americans,
you see this bread that you are buying for €1. The price of that bread is really €5. What makes it €1 is the free thing. So it's a bigger threat than just Nigeria.
The Americans are closer. They are closer than ever before, and especially this Biden administration. There is a reason why we have about 2-3 Nigerian Yoruba Batra who are serving directly in the White House.
Yes.
It is not by coincidence. No, it doesn't happen like that. So
it's not by coincidence. Of course, it's not by coincidence.
They are coming so hard.
So Nigeria is in play internationally. Is really yes. Let me go on to the next story because I need to introduce it. This is
something just to run.
Is that Starman? I will come to you first because I'm doing this story especially for you and that line of thinking that you probably represent. So I've been asking you how deep is it, you Starman, and really people of that are thinking, how deep is it? I've been asking you for a good while now, and you guys have not been able to provide me with anything that shows me just, can everybody mute themselves because I can hear feedback? So you guys have not been able to provide me with anything that shows how deep it is, but I have found something that shows how deep it is. So this should probably please you as I bring you this. Opinion polls show overwhelming Igbo majority want Biafra. So this is now a poll that was conducted by an international body, Global Igbo Alliance, a conglomerate of Igbo associations around the world, has released the do I have to mute or do you want to mute yourself? Because I can hear. Global Igbo Alliance, a conglomerate of Igbo associations around the world, has released the results of the opinion poll it conducted amongst Igbos to ascertain what the ethnic nationality wants following the political situation and recent ugly developments. In Nigeria, recently, the spate of agitation for restructuring of the country has assumed a frightening dimension, with Igbos calling for self-determination, whilst others are calling for regional autonomy within the structure. According to the opinion poll / survey recently organized by an Australian-based research firm, Bizot Solutions, on behalf of Global Igbo Alliance, the outcome of the poll shows 80.45% of the participants are angling for Biafra Republic. A statement by the president of GIA, Dr. Christian Daru, and the General Secretary, Priska Chinwe Ebo, stated that participants drawn from 36 states of the Federation plus the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, were asked to choose if they want a Republic of Biafra, a regional autonomous government modeled after the 1963 Constitution, or they wanted to remain in one united Nigeria as it is today. According to the report, the percentage of participants of the states are detailed below. So it gives us a percentage of the sample pool, which is Abia State 0.02%, Akwa Ibom 2.9%, Anambra 11.7%, Bauchi 0.25%, Bayelsa 3%, Benue 6%, etc. So I'm not going to go through all of the percentages, but a reasonable sample. The report revealed that over 80.45% of the Igbos indicated that they want Biafra. 17.9% indicated their preference for regional autonomous government modeled after the 1963 Constitution, while the remaining 1.5% want to remain in Nigeria as it is today. GIA said even though the survey was meant for Igbos, over 8.5% of non-Igbo participated in the process, with over 94.22% of the respondents falling into the age bracket of 18 and above. The survey result found a strong support for Biafra, identified mainly in the southern states. The group noted that the survey, which was the first of its kind, demonstrated preference for Biafra as the first choice for the Igbo people. It clarifies what the Igbos want. This is the first time a statistical evidence is presented, indicating that a wide majority of the Igbos want Biafra, GIA submitted. The survey results also found that those who want regional autonomous government came a distant second with 17.9%, whereas those who want Nigeria as presently constituted came last with 1.5%, a clear indication that nobody wants to be in Nigeria with its current structure. Following the outcome of the survey, GIA is calling on the All Progressive Congress-led federal government and its relevant agencies and stakeholders to listen to the voice of the people and respect their wills. If after 100 years of coexistence, the various components that make up Nigeria still find it impossible to coexist without violence, then the structure calls for review. The religious intolerance, unwarranted killing of innocent citizens by Nigerian military and Fulani headsmen, the in-depth corruption in Nigeria, and the ill treatment and marginalization of the Igbo people and others in Nigeria has given rise to fear, faithlessness, anger, and agitation in the land, which necessitated the opinion poll. Something needs to be done now, and urgently, the group said. So it goes on and on. I could give you the full flavor, but you get the general thrust of the gist. So to you, Starman, I ask you often how deep it is. So that tells you an indication just how deep it is. What says you?
Well, I've often heard you say you like hearing alternative views, but as soon as I start talking, I get shut down. Now, I hope you reading that yourself,
right?
Yeah, has finally answered the question for you how deep it is.
Well, you couldn't answer it, but I've answered it for myself.
I told you, I told you it was deep. Did I? I did not. I didn't not answer it. I told you it was deep.
No, you told me it was deep because you said so, and your word is gospel and whatnot. But I have now provided evidence just to show you that I am not anti whatever.
And you see, you sometimes you make all these claims and no one challenges you. You say, "Oh, Biafra will never come." But when other people make it, or even trying to say something, you just shut them down like, oh,
yeah, no. But what do you say to the data? Because is detailed and involved. So what are your thoughts on it?
That data says 80%. Yeah, those 17.9% that are still saying they want restructured, and the 1.5% saying they want Nigeria as it is today. I'm telling you, if you put a referendum in front of them now, those numbers will reduce even further. Even further. When was this survey conducted?
I'll post a link of it in the thing. Actually, if you want to read it, the full flavor of it. But
okay.
Yeah, carry on with your response, and I'll post a link of it in the.
But you know, this survey. I mean, there's no difference from that survey.
2018, right. March the 3rd. At least this is when they.
I remember I actually answered. You said I couldn't answer it, and I actually told you 95%. Morris told you 90%.
No. I said, where is your proof? And then you went and brought me some comedy skit, which
Well,
made me laugh.
the video I brought you, the video of the mock referendum I brought you, what's the difference between that and this survey now in terms of results? In terms of the results you see.
Oh, okay. Let's get a sampling of Bia's response to that. Bia, are you there? Did you hear just that survey and some of the data that's because this is raw data now. This is not anybody's opinion. A sampling, but also note, and I've put the link so you can go read it yourself, Starman. Also note that it's centrally Igbo people, but nevertheless, it is still information. So, Bea, are you there? What says you to that information?
Yeah, hello, I'm here. I would say thank you for digging out this data because you actually have shown that at least you have some interest for things to move forward. So you've taken your time to get this data. I believe in data, because it's something that quantifies value on what's been said. Yeah. As well, I would add that I myself, I am an Igbo. I didn't vote. I believe if the referendum is being put down this minute, there will be more than 80% of Igbos, I would say. Maybe more of non-Igbos, because I believe that Biafra is not just an Igbo thing. At least this data shows that maybe even though there are more Igbos, but the other people are still there. And when the referendum, maybe some people don't want to say it out, but they know where they belong. Belonging is a thing of the mind and it's very personal. Some people don't believe in coming out to make the noise. They know who they are. So when the time for referendum comes, because maybe they believe Nigeria will never give it, but when Nigeria dares, I dare Nigeria to give it, and then everyone will be shocked. Everyone will be shocked. And thank you for digging out that data.
It's just the information that I wanted. It wasn't anything beyond that, because of course we have to have an understanding of exactly what is on the ground, and not just I said so. The Seno, that's data that we've just read. There are several elements to it, of course. The data tells us that it was a sampling of Igbo opinion. So we are not sure if they are using Igbo as a catch-all for everybody that falls within that Biafra space. But then if they are giving us data, then they know that they have to be specific. So we have to, from that, presume that they narrowed it essentially to the Igbo people. 80% is not even... I don't think Museveni could have declared himself by 80% in Uganda when he wrote a result for himself. That's overwhelming. So that's a categorical statement. So
but remember they sampled all the states.
For goodness sake. Yeah. I gave you, look, the article is there, man. Just let other people come in.
Yeah.
So it's a good sample, and it's almost irrefutable if you're saying 80%, even allowing for margin. Even if we allow for margin for error and we say 70%, it's still overwhelming. It's overwhelmingly what the Igbos want. But it speaks then to that language again, is the Biafra an Igbo project or is it not? And it also lends itself to the clamoring for a referendum, because of course, if this opinion poll is telling us that this is what the Igbos want, then they should have that referendum. But should that referendum be for Biafra or for Igbo land? Desano.
Okay, yeah. My take on it is this. You see, that sampling there, it reflects the wish of the Biafra, yes. But when it comes to the Niger Delta, sometimes you will see that people will say, "Oh, we are not part of Biafra." The reason for that is this: not that they are against Biafra. People from the Niger Delta, they are not against the Biafra agitation. What they want is for a roundtable discussion. How do we go about it? You understand? How do we go about it? If people come up with maps and say, "Okay, we are all Biafrans," we know. The whole of
do you share a common language in that region?
Sorry?
do you share a common language? For instance, with the Yorubas, you can when I hear
I get you. Yes, I get you. You see, the Niger Delta is full of different languages. The Igbos, yes, they are homogeneous. Heterogeneous. Let me say the Niger Delta, in Akwa Ibom, even in Delta, you have almost about 9 different languages in Delta alone.
Is it languages that cross over that you can? Because I was going to say that in Ondo Ekiti, for instance, Amoyo, they can be talking around me. They are speaking Yoruba, but I would not understand the word.
We're not talking about different dialect now. We're talking about different languages.
Different languages. Okay.
Yes. Even in Delta, within the Urobo, the majority in Delta, within the Urobo, they have different 9 different dialects. That tells you the different ethnic group within the Niger Delta. So basically, let me go to my point before I deviate. Yeah. The people from that region, they are not against Biafra. They will be part of Biafra, but they just want to have a roundtable discussion. How do we go about it before you start declaring Biafra and say, let's agitate, let's fight? We cannot just join you to fight where we don't know where we are going. That is a problem within that region. Is the reason why
you don't consider it just an Igbo project. You don't consider it just
no. It's not an Igbo. It's not just an Igbo project. No, it's the Niger Delta and the Southeast project, if I may say. But there must be an understanding. That's where the problem is.
Can I respond?
Before you respond, let's hear from Mike, because we've not heard from Mike. Mike, unmute yourself and just tell us where you are in the conversation.
Yeah. I just want to talk about the word Niger. The word Niger is a typical Scottish name. You understand? Hey. Like in America here, you have I have a lot of white friends, especially typical Scottish white friends. They bear the name Niger. Even there's this Scottish football analyst. His name is Nigel Pearce. I don't know. Usually analyze Premier League, Premiership.
Are you sure it's Niger or Nigel?
Oh, Nigel.
Maybe his own is Nigel. Maybe his own is different. But I do know a lot of people. Maybe his own is Nigel. There's Nigel and there's also Niger. There's a lot of people bearing that name Niger. Okay. Now, the word Niger has been around, has been used for many years, for over hundreds of years. But this word nigger is a word that's quite new. There was something that was created here in the United States.
Yeah, that evolved out of America from the back of the word Negro. So
I'm going to the origin of the word nigger. It's something that was actually created in the southern part of the United States, because the black Americans were referred to as Negro because of their skin color. So now the racist whites in the southern part of America, especially in the Texas, Mississippi, other area, they usually see a very ignorant black American person. They usually they came up with the word nigger for them. Instead of calling them Negro, they started changing the word Negro to nigger just to give them a sign. It's like a slang to say that one is a ignorant Negro. You understand? So that word nigger, actually, if you come to America and ask anybody what does nigger mean, they'll say it means ignorance. You understand? So that's where the word nigger was created from. And it's not spelled Niger like Niger. It's spelled completely different. So the word nigger and Niger are different words. You understand? There are people in America that bear Niger everywhere. White children, even black children.
Okay, let's abandon that. But to that data that we were discussing, do you have any thoughts on it before I go to VA?
Yeah, the data you just mentioned. Actually, that data reflects my own personal experience too. Because it's not like I just started coming here. Because for the past, how many years? About 5 to 8 years, I run into my Easterners, non-Igbos, and every time I ask them, okay, are you Biafran? Almost 99% of them will tell me no, they're not into that rubbish. In fact, I get mad when I ask them that. That's when I came up with my own conclusion that these Niger Delta people are not into this Biafran thing. Now, what I do notice is the Niger Delta people, when they see Igbos around, they like to.
Do you think it's an Igbo project? Do you think
it's an Igbo project? Because the only people that come at me with Biafra is Igbos, and when most of my
but the Sandra is not Igbo.
Listen, that's where I'm going. See, people like Desano, even you remind me of some of my Niger Delta friends. When there's no Igbo person around, if I call them Biafran, they want to fight me. Like, what? How dare you call me Biafran? When an Igbo person is around, I won't accept that.
No.
I will catch Desano here. Because when an Igbo person is around, they will keep quiet. So that way the Igbo person don't get offended, right? Now, this is why I want to say no. If you're telling me that it's not an Igbo project, it's Niger Delta people are included, why is there no agitation going on in Niger Delta?
No, I've just explained that by saying that, you see, you cannot call me and say, let's go and fight, let's go into a fight without discussing it with me. I won't go with you.
So you're not into it, then?
I won't go with you because this is what is going on. The Igbo, for example, they went into this agitation without talking to nobody. You want to draw us into a fight that we know nothing about.
So that means you don't agree with it now?
Not that we don't agree with it.
It's either you agree or you don't. You guys got to make up your mind. Because you guys are the one confusing Igbo people.
My friend,
you are giving them the impression that you are with it. That's why they keep on listening.
Mike, let him respond. No, if
you want to discuss with somebody, you need to allow other people to speak so that we can have a clear direction.
Okay, go ahead.
Carry on the Senate, yeah.
Yes. What I'm saying to you, I'm not saying we are against the Biafrans. We are against the agitation. But what we are saying, don't drag us into your fight without a discussion. That's our point. That is why when you talk about Biafra in midst of Niger Delta people, we rather just look away and not say anything, because you are calling us, let's go into a fight without knowing what the fight is all about. You want Biafra, yes. We also want our own republic, but at the same time, if we want to achieve that, we have to discuss and agree on certain principles.
What's the population size of the Niger Delta at the Senate?
Sorry?
What's the population size of the Niger Delta?
I will be, I can't just give you that,
Just guesstimate.
Maybe I would say
5 million.
No, maybe I would say maybe between 7 to 10 million.
Yeah, that's bigger than Sierra Leone, Liberia, etc.
Niger Delta is way more than that, though.
That's a country
Yeah,
by itself.
that's why I said I can't give you the
Edo alone is 10 million. Edo is 10 million.
No, Edo can be 10 million.
No.
Edo can be 10 million. Let's go to Ovie. Ovie, what are you making of the data that we've just read?
The data is like the comments. It's as funny as the comments that are coming in.
No, I tend to avoid that comment section just for my own well-being, because I know that there's
it's funny.
Yeah.
The data that you are talking about is to me is the same with that of what's his name? Show they run around the world campaigning trying to become president of Nigeria. Some group of our brothers sit down somewhere around this thing and say that is the. It doesn't work like that.
An Australian survey company, and
Australian is not among the 37 states of Nigeria, so we'll put them aside. Just like what
you can't disregard people's opinion.
I'm not disregarding their opinion. You seek my own opinion, so now you are disregarding mine.
No, I'm not disregarding yours, but I'm saying yours cannot disregard others.
I'm not going to pay attention to that because it has no substance as far as I'm concerned. Two,
but does it not tell us what the Igbos want, if nothing else? Does it not tell us what the Igbos want?
I mean, we keep saying what the Igbo wants, but everybody wants something. We all have
but now they have data to back it up.
See, we have whole right to ask.
So I cannot now continue to push our star man that how deep is it, because now we know.
I said it yesterday. I said the agitation will never stop because there's money involved. People are making money out of this agitation.
That's such a cynic, man.
You're not going to see it that way, but that's the reality of life. What Dasono is saying to support what he's saying about they are trying to drag into a fight without consultation. I mean, those are not fools. Once beaten is twice shy. Nigeria as a country has beaten us to that. We don't even know how we come together. So now you are fighting, you want us to join you and fight so you can rule us because we don't know the foundation. Consult with us. We will lay our own complaint on the ground. It's the give and take. It's politics. I don't know why we keep going back and forth. This thing is 1 + 1 2. Come to us. We'll lay our problem down. You lay your own down. The Yoruba saying their own down. We go ahead. We keep saying we are educated. We are smart. We are educated. Why is it so hard? You are going with muzzle. Now that you get muzzle, the last time you used muzzle, how did it play it out?
You cannot drag us into a fight that we know nothing about.
Come on, man. Who said I want to be a Biafran?
We are not against. We are not against.
I don't want to be a Biafran.
Can I respond?
Before you respond, let me just go to Bia. Bia, do you want to say a final word just so I can shuffle you again? Sorry, but yeah.
Why do you always take me out?
Okay, let me
What are
shuffle
you
Ovie
guys
then.
afraid of?
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
leave
shuffle
me here.
Ovie.
Let me handle these people that are confused. You know,
I give my table to
let
Bia.
me handle these confused beings amongst us that are causing confusions. One day they are in the east, the next day they are in the west. They don't even know.
Okay.
They're in Nigeria for some reason. Are Nigerian people paying you?
Okay. Ovie,
let me
You talk with one mouth, then you swallow with the other. Which one you did?
No, let me tell you something. Nigeria has done a lot for me, and I've done a lot for Nigeria too.
Which
So before
how?
you come,
You are in
before you
America. What have you
challenge
done
me,
for us?
before anybody challenge me, before you challenge me, you have to tell me what you have done.
Hold on, Ovie. Let me explain to Bia the formula that I use to shuffle. When I'm trying to shuffle people, I look at people that I feel they represent a particular view. So Starman, of course, he represents a particular view, and the Senate, of course, he gives the balance, and Ovie is the rebel. So that's how I just do.
No, it's 3 against 1. 3 against 1. Starman is tackling
the
Niger Delta.
No, Starman is robust enough.
So you need to balance
enough
it so
to
it
stand
will
up
be
for
fair.
himself.
Don't play again. Don't play upon our
Okay, let me
intelligence.
shuffle Mike. Let me shuffle Mike. Mike, you don't mind? I'll bring
so
you
that
back.
the superpower will be complete.
It's just really to take.
Let me make one last statement.
Hold
Let me
on.
make one last statement.
Yeah,
real fast.
I want to bring
Take
Professor
Mike out.
Data O on. Yeah, go on. Well, make one last
Let me
statement.
make one statement now before I go. You know.
Yeah. Go on, Mike.
Okay, listen. See. If you listen to if you listen to the Shekiri language, right? That language is identical to the Yoruba language. Like when they speak, I know exactly. I can hear 80% what they are saying. And Ishekiri, listen, Ishekiri, when they count from 1 to 1,000, it's the same way Yoruba people count from 1 to 1,000. It's any age, eta,
You don't have Yoruba names, don't you? Femi,
no,
Femi. They have names like Femi.
Now, Igbo people will say this. Now, Yoruba people don't say because their language is similar to our language. Because let me finish now. We don't say because of that. Let me finish. We don't say because of they sound similar to us. We are very identical. Now, automatically we start calling them Odudua. If we need them to be Odudua, we consult them. You understand? We don't automatically start saying because they talk like us. We bear the same name, we count the same way, everything is almost identical. No, automatically Shekiri is now.
You know that their history. You know that their history, Mike. You know their history. Hold on, the Senate. Hold on. You know their history aligns with the Yoruba history. Because if you go to that Odudua, there's a narrative to say that it was a son from that region that came to found the Odudua land. And there's a counter story to say that it was the Yorubas that founded
that's
But are they not the same? I just count them.
Yeah, Shekiri was part of Benin Kingdom. I
love them together.
Let me explain that. The Shekiri and the Yorubas, they have a similar language. I think they are descendants of Yorubas. But the Urobos, the Isoko, the Okpes, the Edos, the Afema, and all of that. See, this is one of the things that annoy people from especially the Midwest of Nigeria. From the Midwest. This is one thing that annoys us about the Biafrans. One, we have never been part of the Southeast. We were part of the Western region of Nigeria. Then in 1973, they organized a referendum, and the referendum was 100%, and they created the Midwest. So we have our region. So even though if Nigeria break up today, for example, or if the agitation, get to a heat and everybody go their separate ways, there is a likelihood that the Midwestern region will form a different country of its own. Because within the Midwest, we have 3 seaports. There is one in Warri, one in Koko, and one in Saple. These seaports were very viable during the colonial time, and even during the regional government. So if somebody from the East just wake up in the morning and say, the old Midwest region, which was never part of the Eastern region, and say, oh, you are part of Biafra, without talking to us, without inviting us for any discussion, sometimes it's a bit, we look at it to be, an arrogant way of, trying to annex people.
Okay. I'll give Mike sorry. Hold on, everybody, please. Hold on. I'll give Mike a quick response to that so I can shuffle him and bring Professor Data O in. So, Mike, a very quick response to what the Sano has just explained, then I'll shuffle you for Professor Data O.
Oh, the Sano is right, man. He made it right. I mean, what he says is absolutely correct, accurate. The Midwestern region was never part of the Eastern region in the past. In fact, it was Ironsi that brought down their, their whole movement, They, because they were happy, they were doing good because they had control of their oil. They were controlling their oil, they were controlling their resources. So Ironsi is the one that landed them in the mess. I don't understand why a lot of Edos get mad at more Yoruba people than they get mad at Igbo people. When they want to complain about who destroyed their future, they get mad after the Fulani man, they hate the Yoruba man, but they love the Igbo man. They don't complain that it was the Igbo man that destroyed their region system they are going on, their self-control. When we have the regional system, a lot of them, I see them go on YouTube insulting Yoruba people. I don't know how now they kind of brainwash them to hate Yoruba for no reason. Some of them don't know their history. They don't know their history.
Well, I can't let you go completely. So after saying that, but I'll put you on the soft bench only to bring you back again. So Mike, thank you. Bia, you were about to make a comment. So carry on, Bia.
Mike, don't go, Mike, don't go. Yeah. I have a word.
It's gone. It's gone now. I have to shuffle.
He's right away. Bring him back.
No, Prof. Yeah.
Okay.
So quick word. Then we hear from Professor Datao. Yeah.
I often hear us talk about when you talk about someone who is not here to defend themselves every blessed day. There is no 1 minute, please. Yeah. Every time I've come here, I've always heard about Nnamdi Kanu. Whether you like him or not, he's got a voice. Bring him here and ask him direct question. Put him on the spot. Then
is he able to engage in a civilized conversation?
It's not about civilized. He can say
all he does is shout. Is he able to?
It doesn't matter. Debate, it's a voice. It's a voice. It doesn't matter how low or loud it is. 1 minute. Let me finish, please, darling. It doesn't matter how loud. A voice is a voice. Yeah. So, and there should be understanding. Even if a dog, when a dog is even barking, he's got a rhythm. Bring him. Whether you believe he's mad,
don't worry, I'll DM his people to see.
And then, bring him and let's listen to both of you. We'll give you floor to speak, and then everyone will
just be doing jumping, won't you? But
I've listened to him before. When I hear people say Biafra, I used to say shut up. But after I've made my own research and listened to him, he's right. Yeah. And I have heard him before say he had gone to some of the regions near Biafra, near Iboland. He was going to them to dialogue, to discuss, like as the son is saying. Maybe the son doesn't know about that. He says it all the time. He's gone to discuss with them. But the problem, I believe, with the Niger Delta is the oil. I believe if God should take away all our natural resources, maybe we'll begin to, liaise with each other in a civilized way. Everything isn't about resources, but resources is important, but we can look beyond that. Even Nnamdi has said, let's get this Biafra. Then you can go with your oil. There be referendum. You can decide where you want to go. No one is put a bullet on your head. You are even suffering more than the Biafrans. Although maybe we make noise, they shoot us, but your oil is being. Look how they treat them. Look, I've been to Bayelsa before. I did my youth service there, in Imiringi. Beside there's Shell. And even the place where we stayed,
and all that. Yeah,
the place we stayed for the Youth Service Corps for Nigeria, the roof was leaking. The back door, the water is everywhere. I cried. I felt this can't happen. But they are suffering even more than the Igbos, but they keep quiet. I don't know. What do you want, Middle Belt? What Niger Delta? What do you want?
No, you stay in Nigeria. Decision, though. That's their decision.
Now I'm speaking my mind. I'm confused about it. If they want to be in 1 minute, please. If they want to be in Nigeria, let them speak up because they are not speaking. OVA is one of the voices.
Can I respond to that?
Before you respond, let's hear from Professor Datao because he's been waiting for a while. Prof, I think his daughter is disciplining him. Your daughter is
I've been hearing much of what you guys have been saying, but there's some things I'm going to say immediately. I want you to know that Nnamdi Kanu, his project right from time has.
Do you want me to give you a moment and bring you back? Do you want me to give you a moment and bring you back?
Okay, give me a moment.
Okay. All right.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Let me tell you something about Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, to the Biafrans out there. I respect.
But let's not focus on Kanu too much.
I don't just like the way he's going about it. But again, somebody has to do it. Yeah, right? So, but the issue of, I'm a Nigerian. I speak for Nigeria from my heart. Regardless of anywhere I am, I have the right to speak for Nigeria. That's the only country I know. And looking forward, that's the country I want to be. If you want me tomorrow, if I have the opportunity to come back to this vibe again, I want to be in Nigeria. I've been blessed enough to be around the world. Trust me. So I know. Yes, Nigeria shit is not going right now. Things are bad. We all know that. But we are the Nigerian. If it's bad, it's because we are bad. Either we are active or inactive or proactive. We cause whatever is happening. Our leaders didn't fall from heaven. We produce them. We're still going to produce the next one. So we keep saying Nigeria, but Nigeria done that, Nigeria did Nigeria. Who spoiled them? Not be us. It's me and you. Whether you act or you didn't, whichever way you contributed to whatever is going on. So take responsibility and act. Running away is not. Where are you running to? Who tell you that place you are running to is safe?
Don't forget too, Igbos have oils too, so it's not just about the oil.
So let me
Can I say something? Can I respond to Desono?
Let Desono come in, and then we go to Prof.
Can I respond to Desono? Can I respond to Desono?
Can I just okay?
No. So
I have the floor now. I think.
Yeah, let Desono speak, and then we get Prof, and then we come to you.
Yeah, the issue of the Niger Delta is not about oil as you think. In regard to Biafra agitation, it has nothing to do with oil. It's about respect. You cannot tell us let's go into a fight without discussing with us first, because the Niger Delta is a very delicate delicate area in Nigeria. If anything should happen in Nigeria today, the Niger Delta will be the first place some people will want to secure first, because of the huge resources that is there. We're not just talking about oil in Niger Delta. Niger Delta alone. We're talking about gas. It's a huge deposit of gas in the Niger Delta.
Even that gas alone, we've not touched it yet.
We've not even touched the gas. So the amount of wealth in the Niger Delta alone, it can actually, sustain the whole of, Africa. So it's not just about it's not about the resources in the region. It's about respecting the people. Talking over the people, telling people that this territory is part of your agitation. People don't like that without having the proper discussion. Let me tell you, secretly, as somebody from the Niger Delta, secretly we want to have a country that we can be proud of. We want to be part of a larger Nigeria or a separate entity from Nigeria. If we want to go with Biafra, we should decide that. If we don't want to go with Biafra, it's also up to us. But you cannot drag us into a fight that you started and say, oh, you are part of the fight without having a say in it. So if I don't have a say in what is going on now, what makes you think that I will have a say after? That would be my question to Bia.
Okay, let me answer you.
Before you answer, let us come in. Okay, answer and then quickly. And then
I've heard, and I believe that you've been consulted.
No.
And I've heard 1 minute, and some people from Niger Delta phoning during Nnamdi Kalu's, when he's speaking. You guys have been consulted, so bring Nnamdi here. Yeah, you have been. He said he had gone around to the neighboring places around Igbo. He actually says that all the times, because some people come to question him exactly what you're saying. He said he had been, but people from that region say they want to join Biafra, but they are not showing the action. So he says now, if you want to be part of Nigeria, when there is referendum, you're free to do that. He's not forcing anyone. Basically, he even started with Igbo. He doesn't mind Igbos to go all by themselves. He doesn't mind Igbos going.
Yes, before this conversation progresses, because it can be going round and round, we have to hear from Professor Data O, because he has been waiting for good while, and then we hear from Starman. He wanted to speak, and I post him. So Prof, then Starman, then you, Ovie, and then the conversation can just carry on. So Prof, off you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank God I'm back for some time. Thank you for giving me the ground to speak. Now I'm going to speak based on, I think, is it Desono? Please, with due respect. Yes. What I want you to know is this. As what Bia Odua said, Nnamdi Kanu has organized a lot of meetings with people in the Niger Delta. It has been aired online. I don't know why you don't know about this. At least one of them, Simon Ekpa, was in charge of speaking that day. These things have been all going. That's number one. Number two, I hope you know this Niger Delta under Nigeria. I hope you know Abia State is part of Niger Delta. I hope you know that.
No, it's not
I
part
hope
of
you
it.
know Imo State. Wait, I hope you know Imo State is part of this Niger Delta. I hope you know Abia State has this gas.
No,
now,
let me correct you.
Allow me to talk now. Allow me to talk. Now I want you to know one thing. I wish one day I will give you the reason why I started listening to Nnamdi Kanu. Like Odua.
Give it to us now. Give it to us now.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
Now, I listened to one lady they call something anointed. She gave
Tessie or Tessa, yeah,
of Buhari's death and the evidence of it, and it was referred to Nnamdi Kanu. I listened to it, my dear moderator. The day you listen to that, you will know that Buhari is dead. That's number one. Number two, you see Buhari's death. There's some things I know people don't know. Before Buhari came into power, I knew he would die. I say it openly.
Are you a prophet?
You may not know me very well. You may not know me very well. One day I'll come out to my own analysis of that he's dead. Now let's leave that one aside. It was after that day, with Nnamdi Kanu's analysis, I said this man is worth listening to. Before, I have never listened to him. I listened to him the first time, listened to him the second time. I said no. The man is objective. Now, I want you to know.
It's not objective, though. It's
objective and truthful. You know there's a difference between fact and truth. He's objective and truthful. Now, I want you to know one thing. Nnamdi Kanu has been saying it openly. Like, let me give you what he said to Governor Autumn. Governor Autumn was talking about Nnamdi Kanu leave Benue. Nnamdi Kanu said, all I need from Benue State, there are some Igbo communities there. All I need is those communities.
Is that Turapa? Is it Turapa? Are we talking Turapa?
Igbo-speaking communities in Benue State. Okay. He said, if you want, carry your whole Benue, but you see those Igbo communities, we won't leave our Igbo-speaking brothers. And again, Nnamdi Kanu has been saying it. Before Biafra comes, when there's referendum, any person, if you're in Delta and say you don't want to join, no problem. He has been saying it openly. I don't know why you guys are. He has been saying it openly. Even some people, I hope you know there's some Biafrans that are annoyed why he wants to extend hand to Edo and Delta. Many Biafrans are annoyed of that. But he has said that these people are our people. If you listen to this one lady, something Owa, she's from Edo State. She was the person that proved to Nnamdi Kanu that Edo State, part of Edo State is from Biafra. They have 4 market days. The 4 market days in Biafra State, in Benin State, go and ask them. Eke, Ore, Afo, Nkwo. They have been using it. Tete, the Igbo people.
Okay.
Now,
okay. Can I come in?
No, before you come in, I want the Professor Data O to speak to that data. Did you hear the data that we just read? That
yes, I heard it.
So speak to that as well. And then speak to what El Rufai said as well. If you were listening up to that point, did you hear the narrative about El Rufai as well?
I didn't hear it. What did El Rufai say?
Just a quick summary. He was saying at a conference that was organized by Ighodalo, that pastor, or that they was asked the question about the Southeastern presidency, and he was saying that the Igbos, they cannot in one breath be speaking of secession and playing the victim and then get the presidency at the same time, that they must learn to play politics. That's just a brief summary of what he said. So to the data,
only thing I would say with El Rufai has spoken as a politician. They know how they bought our leaders and have made them to misbehave. As far as I'm concerned, in Nigeria, the most, will I call it, uncaring governors are the people we have from the 5 Igbo states. I'm from Anambra, Enugu, Abia, Imo, Ebonyi. They're the worst set of governors. I can say it anywhere. Governors that went and proscribed IPOP. It's the same Fulanis that made them do this. Now, concerning the statistics, I'm not surprised. To me, that statistics should be more than that. It should be more than that. And that convinces me. You know, you said that Nnamdi Kanu is a businessman. But you see that they buy it. We want Biafra. We want it. We're not all these Delta. Why Nnamdi Kanu has incorporated them is because Igbo people are there.
So are you saying that it's an Igbo project, Biafra?
No, Nnamdi Kanu has said it's not an Igbo project. He has
what
said
are
it.
you saying?
Can I come in?
What I am saying is this.
And then I want Starman to come in as well because he wanted to come in. Yeah.
No, I need to respond to him before,
Okay, respond.
Yeah, okay. So let me respond to your analysis. First of all, you said Abia and Imo are part of the Niger Delta.
Yes.
I will say to you, they are not part of the Niger Delta. They are part of the oil producing states in Nigeria.
No, go and check. Google it. Go and check. I have not Googled it, but I have heard people that Googled it. Go and Google it now. Google it now.
No,
I'm not joking.
You are interrupting me. I'm just trying to respond to you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I want us to have a clear direction of where the discussion is going. You see, Imo and Abia is not part of Niger Delta. That is why the Brace Commission in the Niger Delta, it comprises of Edo, Delta, Bayelsa, and Rivers and Cross River, and Akwa Ibom. That's why they call it Brace. That's the 6th state of the Niger Delta. So, for your claim that Abia and Imo is part of Niger Delta, they are part of the oil-producing states in Nigeria. There are about 9 of them, including Ondo states.
I know, Ondo. I know.
Yes. So that is what it does. And the claim that Buhari is dead, I know that Buhari is not dead. Buhari is suffering from dementia.
Of course.
Go and write it down. He's dead.
No.
Say I said so. Write it down.
Explain to you now, so that I don't want us to argue.
No.
Buhari is not dead. Buhari is suffering from acute dementia. That's what it's called.
We all know that.
He's suffering from acute dementia. That's why they are hiding him.
Where is the proof? Where is your proof?
The proof is in the fact that they hide him away from the public
surface. This is the reason why Buhari is not coming out to speak.
It's not good enough.
Because
we don't accept
he moves in and out of lucidity.
The proof is zero.
Acute dementia, it allows certain behavior. And the behavior that it allows, you are very forgetful. You can't remember within few seconds. If somebody tells you something, you can't remember. So you are incoherent. This is the reason why Buhari don't address the media. They don't put him on TV because if you ask him a question, he cannot respond. So he's in a state. Buhari is actually in the final stage of the acute dementia, which means
so he's as good as dead.
You know when you see Buhari make a speech and they broadcast, you know how long it takes them to record that. It
you can take the example of
Buhari is as good as dead. Then he's as good as dead.
Yes, but it's not dead. Let's go to Starman because let's go to Starman because
let me jump into the last part. The last part.
Yeah.
And he also mentioned that somebody broadcast the video of dead Buhari and all of that.
Yeah, I saw that it was the most ridiculous thing, but I saw it. But
let me explain that video to you.
Yeah.
Let me explain that.
Did you see it?
I saw the video.
Yeah.
Let me explain it to you. That video was actually the video of Sani Abacha when he died during his burial. If you look at the video, you will see Abacha's son wearing a black cap. Mohammed Abacha, one of his sons, was actually there. So when I watched that video, immediately I pointed out that this video was shot in 1998.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
In 1998. And I was able to point out who is that. So I paused the video and I said to some people, "Look at this video. This is this person's son." And if you look at the, Mohammed Abasha, where they brought the coffee, I mean the coffee of the father, he was actually standing by the corner. He was trying to take a glimpse of his remain of his father. So that was all about that video. That video is fake. It's not new. If you go on internet, you will find out there.
Let's bring Starman in. It's just the thing. The thing I always say about this Biafra thing, it's a real moment in time and a real opportunity. But the embellishment that adds on to it is what is really defeating it. It is something that is destroying itself from within because it's a golden moment. Everybody's behind it, except when the foolishness comes in. Like they are from Israel and it's Niger area, and Buhari is there. Look at his ears is not moving. No, his nose is not moving. No, look at him. He looks younger today. He looks
one man. Don't speak for the Igbos.
So let's bring Starman in because Starman.
One man. Don't speak for the Igbos. Speak for the Duduas. Never you speak for the Igbos.
I'm not speaking for anybody. I'm speaking for myself.
No, you are. You are. You are imposing your opinion on a whole region.
No, I'm expressing it. I'm not imposing it.
No, you're not expressing it.
Before I get to what I want to say, one man. Before I get to what I want to say.
You're always
man,
talking
do you realize you talk about Biafra more than
Odudua? Talk about
you always talk about Biafra and you do it in such a condescending manner.
You are insulting Nnamdi Kanu all the time.
It's so insulting.
You
know, I've been following you from when you started your channel. Remember the guy that asked you what one man went to Mo meant? That was me. I've been following you since. You've been insulting Nnamdi Kanu. Come on,
how have I insulted him?
You're always being derogatory, and not just him. The larger Igbo group. You're always condescending about Zobu. Why?
Let's have a clear direction, please.
Buhari to me, I don't believe.
But I have to answer this one.
Round about this time, and it's usually led by Starman.
But don't insult Igbo.
Let me answer this one. Let me answer this one.
Don't insult Igbo.
Let me answer this one.
Let's have a clear direction, people.
No.
If you notice,
one man went to more is aggressive to Igbos. Please.
How so?
Because every time you talk about Igbos, you talk about them in the derogative ways, in the mocking ways. Wait, 1 minute. Every time you interrogate Igbos, they tell you, like the Starman gives you his point. You ask a question, he answers it. You still say he's not answering your question.
I
know you're trying to moderate. I know you want. Wait,
he just plots things.
No. I would say you're a bit partial towards the Yorubas because you're a Yoruba. But I love Yorubas. No, I love Yorubas. But the way you're moderating it, people, if more than 70% of people say the same thing, you got to check yourself about it, please.
No, I don't want to check myself.
You just accused me of making up stories. Meanwhile, the other day, you just made up a claim that Biafra will never come and that Biafra had no depth in following. But you've seen it yourself today.
I'm not going to run away. I am proudly Igbo, and I love Yorubas, but please,
please
don't patronize Igbos. Stop patronizing Igbos. They've suffered enough.
Yeah.
Stop using them as to gain more voices, because when you talk about Igbos, people are hearing you more. It seems as if you pull more crowds using Igbos as in the bargain.
Hold on, please, Deseno. So the narrative for today was Bode George mocking Tinubu. So we've discussed that. We've discussed John, whatever his name is, the Minister Campbell, narrating this rescue mission for Nigeria. We've discussed that. We've discussed El Rufai on Nigerian politics. We've discussed that. And we've discussed data that is backing up the IPOB narrative. We've discussed that. So if you go through that list, that is the entirety of Nigeria. El Rufai from the north, Bode George Tinubu from the Yoruba land, and even nobody from the southeast except data. So which bit is missing out, or what exactly is your point?
My point is that when you speak about Igbos,
it's not as though you people are brittle and thin skin.
No, it's not brittleness. No, it's right.
You're always
to
chipping away at
our feelings. We have the right to talk just like you do, but you are always castigating the Igbos. You talk down at them. You use them in your shows to promote yourself. Stop using Biafra as your own punch bag. It's not about you.
I can speak about Biafra if I want, though. Surely.
No, you can't.
But you don't have to be so condescending.
Anymore.
You don't have to be so condescending.
You don't have that right. No,
is that how the Republic will run when you start
like I said,
what do you mean?
Wait,
how is Odudua run? How is Odudua run? After all, we're all in this.
Why don't you ask how Odudua will be run? Why are you asking about how Biafra will run?
Odudua is suffering more than us, basically.
The two colors. This
is not the way to.
Can you stop?
No. Let them have free reign.
Not let them. We are one. But no, we are one. But you are trying to single us out. You're bullying Biafrans. You're actually bullying them in your show.
How
you should stop bullying Biafrans. Don't use us to make your shows.
By saying 8% of them want it.
Can I just respond? Can I respond?
It's not
please?
about that.
No.
Every day you mock Nnamdi Kanu. You mock a man that is not here to defend himself. Why do you do that?
He's a public figure.
No, it doesn't matter. I've never mocked Sowore.
I mocked Tinubu.
No, I don't mock people. I just say,
Buhari has dementia every day.
That's not mockery.
One man.
Oh,
that's not mockery. That is not mockery.
I call him an illiterate and whatnot.
I haven't heard you say that. You're always talking down on Biafra.
Maybe you listen to what you want to hear.
No, it's not that.
But we've covered the whole government of Nigeria
I know possibly you're more educated than everyone here. Don't say that. Please don't tell me that I'm daft. Don't call me that.
How have I said that?
Stop punching on Biafra.
One man, please.
Biafra is bigger than you.
It's not going to happen, of course. I will always talk about Biafra. I will always talk about
Odudua is suffering as well. Your brothers are suffering. You're not talking about them. Let the world know how Biafra, how Oduduans are suffering.
You talk more about Biafra than Odudua, and all you do is just run Biafra down. Oh, it's not deep enough.
Let the world know. Be the mouthpiece for
no matter what
Odudua.
anybody tells you, you refuse to listen.
You're not helping Odudua. You need to educate the whole world how Oduduas are suffering, how most of them have gone on, run out of their place, how they are being slaves in their own land. All of us are being messed up in this. All of us are suffering this. Oduduas are suffering this. Igbos are suffering this. Everyone is suffering in Nigeria. Why don't you, place your narrative on that and let's find a way forward here. And every day you're talking about Nnamdi Kanu.
Surely, Bia, you know that. You know that.
Okay. No. I place respect on you until today. I lost it, but please.
No. Respect is something you volunteer and you can withdraw. That is entirely at your discretion.
Yes, I can. Basically.
No, that's fine.
And I'm not going to stop coming to your shows because I hate when someone is trying to talk down on a set of people. We have equal rights. You try to talk to as if Igbos are like slaves in their own country. Haven't they suffered enough?
And
look at
that. To unleash my own cynicism.
Look at
you
that.
You
that
shut me down.
That is brittleness. That is brittleness.
It's not brittleness. No, you know it all, one man. You know it all. And you bully people in your show. Stop bullying people. Let people have their views. Stop talking down on people from Biafra's side. They've suffered enough.
Okay.
When you see a spade, call a spade a spade.
You shut me down.
Call a spade a spade. Stop being partial. Stop being partial. That's why Nigeria is not moving forward because of the way you're giving us the example. You're moderating, but everything is in chaos. Stop.
Well, can you imagine? They are killing people in the bush. We're talking about amending constitution with Fulani.
Stop creating confusion. Stop making us fight.
Nnamdi is calling us zoo every day. We know this.
Yes.
Because Nigeria is actually worse than a zoo.
Okay, you should be the one moderating this. Take it away from one man, please.
Oh man.
There you go. I don't like to describe anything as typical.
Insulting people.
Hold on. And I hope when I come back to your shows, you're not going to stop me from coming in one man because I'm going to be coming in here every day.
You are always welcome. You are always welcome.
Can I just respond to Bia and Starman for
Hold on, I'll give you the floor in a moment.
Let me mute myself.
Yeah, you're always welcome. And you see that spontaneous. You ask me why I don't over moderate. Bia, what you've just done now is a golden moment because that was free expression. Probably something you have been thinking for a while, and you say, "Let me be civil," and then maybe something was triggered.
No, I wasn't. I always speak straight. No, if I failed, no, I wasn't. Actually, I just. Is what I felt now. It's what I felt now.
Exactly.
I didn't feel triggered. I just felt.
You treat Igbos less in your shows. You treat Igbos less. You treat Igbos less in your shows, and you always put them on the live spot. And you mock them about Biafra. You talk down about them, and whereas the Oduduas are even suffering more than Igbos. I'm telling you the truth.
So?
I live in Yoruba. No, I've lived in Yoruba land for a very long time. A lot of Yorubas are in Benin Republic now. Tell the world, let's solve their problem as well. They are your brethren. Talk about them. They have problems as well. They have problems as well. And they have disagreements among them. They disagree. They are not together. Your brother, what's his name? That man that shot people, your Jagaban. Talk about him. But we don't want to go on all this drama.
Today? Have we not?
We're not talking about drama.
No, have we not spoken about Jagaban today? Have we not?
You hardly talk about your Dudua problems, and you're always talking about Igbo problems. Igbo are not only the only ethnicities that makes Nigeria. We are one.
Yes,
Stop dividing us.
But Bia, we have spoken about everybody today. So
not like the way. No. Every time you mock Nnamdi. You mock Nnamdi.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of his. So
you don't have to be. He doesn't need you. He has his followers.
So that's fine, though. But that's
Stop talking about him. He doesn't even know about you. Stop messing yourself.
No, that's fine. But he's a public figure, is he not?
He's a public figure. Yeah, but he doesn't know you're talking about him. And every time I come here, I want to hear constructive arguments that will move us forward.
So,
but
okay,
when you
let me ask you a question.
Talking about Nnamdi, it's vain. You're wasting your time.
Is Nnamdi Kanu a public figure?
To me, he's not a public figure. He's just one man doing his best. I don't see him like that.
He's not a public figure.
I don't see him as a public
political figure.
I don't see him as political. I see him as Nnamdi. I see him as Nnamdi. And I listen to him. I might not agree with everything he says because I have my own mind. But stop making him a god in your show.
Bia. So can I just respond? And I'll bring the Seno in because I've had to, just so I can hear your voice. Nnamdi Kanu is a public figure. Nnamdi Kanu is a political figure. I am a political commentator focusing on the Nigerian space. Absolutely impossible for me to have a session and not speak about Nnamdi Kanu and the
talk about Sowore every day. Talk about Sowore.
I talk about Sowore as well, but
not every day, not as much. Is he not that important?
Okay.
Is he not that important?
Do you want me to say something or?
Yes, please.
It is impossible, and it will never happen for me to have sessions and not speak about Nnamdi Kanu, because that is the hot burning moment within the Nigerian political landscape at the moment.
And it will give you more views. You will get more views.
Talk about Sunday Igboho. Talk about Sunday Igboho.
Okay.
You're gonna get more views talking about Nnamdi. Carry on.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Up Nigeria.
And moreover, what's it? You know, this man.
Sorry, I've had to mute you slightly, Bia, because I let you speak, but you won't let me speak. It's absolutely impossible for me not to speak about Nnamdi Kanu if I'm running a current affairs political platform focused on Nigeria. If I'm not talking about Nnamdi Kanu, what else would I be talking about? That is the hot burning topic within the Nigerian political landscape at the moment. That agitates almost every single minute. So almost impossible for me not to talk about him, but I don't talk about him exclusively, with today being an example yet again, you know, because of course, we have a whole list of our topics that we start off the day with, and the direction follows whichever direction it follows. So when you have your star man and yourself coming to chime in, and the positions in the news is essentially
talk about
that
the
position.
Young people that were killed by Jagaban that didn't get justice.
Well, you're not going to determine what I'm going to talk about.
One man. If by virtue of you being a political,
you need us.
And if by virtue of you being a political commentator, you can insult Mazi Kanu
yourself. Okay, so we leave that there. I'm not going to entertain that anymore. So the Seno, I'm going to bring you in because I've had to mute you as well, just so I can get that across. So yeah, the Seno, you go, and then we just leave that there because I'm tired of it and it's tedious. So I'm not going to entertain it anymore. But of course, I am going to continue to speak about Nnamdi Kanu.
I think they misunderstand. I think they lost the plot.
I think so.
They misunderstand you. This is because it was my response that triggered this. You know, I was talking about the video that Professor Data O was talking about dead Buhari, and I said I watched the video and I explained what that video is all about. I can actually pull up the video on YouTube if you want. I can pull it up. So that video, I said that video was not the right video; was a fake video of former President Sani Abacha. because his Abacha's son was right there on that video. He was trying to take a glimpse of the remains of his father. I was able to point that out. So now, so from there, I think you made your comments. One man, you made your comments in regard to that video. I think the tone that you used was what they were,
was what triggered them.
Yeah, what
okay, let me just say this just to go on, land.
For me, I think we shouldn't be coming here to fight because we are not the only one watching the video. There are thousands of people outside and everybody. We are passionate and everybody is, passionate about Nigeria, and we want a good life. We want a good country. So I understand the passion, but we should be able to have a clear direction of when we are discussing issue, where we are going.
Okay, so thank you, Deseno. Let me just make this point, and I'm going to nail it on the head once and for all here. I am going to talk about anything that I want. I think even Bia and Starman and whoever else is of any thought, I think they know that and they respect that. I am going to talk about Nnamdi Kanu whenever I like, and it's almost going to happen on a daily basis because it is the hot topic thing in the news. I am going to talk about him maybe in a mocking tone. Maybe I mean it deliberately to mock him, or I don't mean it deliberately to mock him because I find him somewhat a laughable figure. I am going to do that. I am going to mock things like Buhari is dead and is in a shallow grave in Cuba and is a silicone mask and a 3-penny bait and all this Humpty Dumpty stuff. I'm going to, of course, laugh at that because it is laughable stuff. I am going to laugh at the idea that the Igbos are black Jews from Israel because for me, it is laughable stuff. If I find it laughable, then maybe wittingly or even unwittingly, I will mock and laugh at it. So that is not going to change. So I think that is clear. That I respect your disquiet. And maybe I might take that on board and tone it down a bit. I might not, but I have full reign to act as I will, so long as I don't go over the line, which I try not to. So I'll leave it there.
If you have the right to mock, then we too have the right to mock you. If you have the right to mock Nnamdi Kanu, then we too must have the right to mock you. Understand
I actually enjoy mocking you. I'll come back mocking you every day. So just allow me.
You do that.
Let's keep mocking each other since that's what the program is all about.
You do that.
Because I don't like it when people cross their boundaries, insulting others, but then you don't want to take it. You give it, but you don't want to.
No, there's a brittleness. I talk about, I was just saying now, we were saying, were we not, that Tinubu, it looks as though he has dementia, that he's unstable on his feet, and we're just pointing and mocking. There was no Yoruba man here doing kung fu fighting. We do all these things, but it is really just that core element that seems, that is a brittleness and if you don't have the confidence in what you believe in, then maybe give it up. Because if you have the confidence,
it's not about confidence.
We should take a bit of a thing to Justin. So we take OVA and then we'll draw a line under it, and then we'll go to Professor Data. So we take OVA and then we draw a line under it.
It's funny because I don't know if it's the comments that are coming that are more funny, or the idea that anybody mocking or insulting Kanu should be taken serious. This man is famous for insulting people. I don't think he mind people insulting him. I listen to Kanu every day. I listen to him, but he insults people every freaking day. That's what he's famous for. So if somebody else is doing the same thing to him, come on, I don't even take him out. What is the big thing about it? I mean, come on, man, we're better than this. I'm happy that in Nigeria is making the peace now between the Biafra and the Igbo. Y'all should come together. Let's move Nigeria forward. That's what I'm appealing to you guys. Y'all should keep Nnamdi Kanu where he belongs and Showore where he belongs and the rest.
But certainly I am going to continue to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB, and everything else.
And I don't mind talking about you too. One man went to Mo.
You see now? The one person I cannot mock is
you can mock me. I'm out for you. I'll come for you, and you can't. You have no hiding place, one man. So
you have to get past Ovie to get to me. You know, Ovie is an athlete.
Ovie is my man. Don't worry.
Yeah. We'll educate them. Disano, I've been waiting for you to finish, so I'll respond to you.
Yeah. So back to the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, in the meantime, I posted up some links, so you guys have a look. I'll post them up.
Just on that.
Starman, don't waste your time posting stuff. These people
I want to educate the son. I want to educate the son.
No. One man.
Finish. The son will finish.
You see,
just on what Starman did. Don't do that in the future without going past me first. One for reasons of not virusing other people's platform. And two, for not, because of course this is my platform, so I should have some say on what is being fed up there. So just for housekeeping, the center, off you go.
Okay. Can I post them again?
No, just that's it. I'm not taking any arguments on that. That's just a statement. The center, off you go.
I've settled it.
I was saying that if I'm a man that love evidence. When I'm discussing with people, you have to convince me with your argument by providing evidence. It might not be physical evidence, but show me something, either by history or by a written documents. Provide me with evidence. If you tell me this is what it is, I want you to convince me that this is what it is. Then when I look at it, then I can see sense in what you are talking about. It's not by coming with innuendos and trying to convince me with that and just believe what you are saying to me. No, I won't, because I understand something about us Nigerians. We believe in we swim and fly with innuendos all the time. Somebody will say something without verification. We just come and say, "Oh, this is what it is." It's not, So if we are debating something, trying to do a bit of research and convince me with evidence that this is what it is, or you can pull up something and say, "Oh, show to me that," because a lot of written work on the internet are people's opinion of what they think. It's not necessarily an evidence of anything.
Thank you, Deseno. That was why I said I was going to disregard what Ayo was referencing, that I should go and watch some Netflix something to tell me that the word Niger is some slur word. So I have the right to disregard that. Like you said, all these things you say I can write something and put it on the internet, and somebody that is looking for the thing can just see what I've written. They don't know, they just say it's fact. So yeah. So Starman.
Opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Starman, not a long-winded one though, just succinct. Yeah.
I've been keeping quiet with this because the son had time to, state his position.
Yeah, but often you like to take it from 1802 and then make up stories.
And you've already, without even hearing,
but you have to be educated first. You have to be educated first to do that.
You are certain that I'm going to make up things.
Do you accept that premise? You have to be educated first to educate anybody.
Look who's telling me to
be educated. So tell us what you know rather than seek to educate anybody. So just get to the point, man. Get to the point.
I'm listening.
One man, you said I can't post links, but anyway, the
right language sometimes.
Disano, posted the first link I posted them in order. The first link I posted showed a map of Nigeria's 3 original regional systems at the point of independence. It showed an eastern region that had a boundary with the western region at the River Niger. At the River Niger. And they said that was eastern region, and then everything west of the Niger was western region. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are there Igbos in west of the Niger?
No.
There are no Igbos west of the Niger, in Asaba and all those places. Come on.
No.
Come
on.
Igbos
there.
You are not going to label us with TDM. You are not going to label us again today with TDM.
No. I'm not.
That's the reason I'm giving an answer.
Look, you see, one man said I can't post the links again. If you look at one of the links I posted was an ethnic map of Nigeria. unless you say this one is someone's made up information, several maps show the Igbo population beyond the west of the Niger. So
And
all this meat. Wait,
what area is that?
wait. Huh?
What area is that? In the
West of the Niger,
Yes, because
extending
I'm
it
from the
there.
west of the Niger.
Yes, there are Igbos in Edo, there are Igbos in Benin, in Delta.
Are you saying the Igbo that reside in those places, or the as
Indigenous, yes. Not that they just came to go and trade.
The map told you that. The map told you that.
So the map is all the maps are now made up. One man, is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm asking you. It's a simple question.
The map, there are Igbos west of the Niger.
Okay.
Man, when you guys keep interrupting me. Wait, let me finish.
No,
Let me finish.
It's interjecting.
Let me
You have
finish.
to know the distinction. You can't just make a point and run away, and then this is what you do. You make up stuff.
When you and the son are talking, I keep quiet. But
But you can't make up stuff and then build it.
As if you guys don't make up stuff. Don't you make up stuff? And I wait for you to still finish.
No, you cannot build a narrative.
So, are you disputing what I said? Are you disputing what I said?
No. I want you to understand the premise. You cannot build a narrative on a fallacy and ask people not to interject. Because
So, is it a fallacy that there are Igbos indigenous to the west of the Niger?
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that as a general principle because you do make up
So, what's
stuff.
the fallacy? What fallacy did I say here? What fallacy did I make up here?
Just carry on, man.
What particular fallacy did I make up here?
Well, you do it routinely.
So why are you accusing me of a fallacy when I haven't made any?
Okay, just
What's wrong with you, one man? Come on.
All right. Carry on.
Is this some sort of modeling tactic you use just not to let?
Carry on.
So why can't you just let me? You do this every time.
No. You can't harmonize. This is not a soliloquy.
I'm telling you, there are Igbos across the Niger. You're telling me no. If you're even arguing with the map that there are no Igbos west of the Niger.
Hold on. You can't harmonize. This is not a soliloquy. You can't propagandize.
This one is
You can't-
grammar, propaganda.
No.
I
Yes,
beg.
you cannot
What's this guy
propagandize.
talking?
You cannot propagandize. And
Okay,
if
what
you want
propaganda
to
did I
build-
make?
This is listen. So
You see,
understand.
all this time you spent
If you
interrupting
are
me, I could have made my point.
propagandizing, If you are propagandizing, then people will interject.
One man should let him make his point.
Yeah, just carry on, man. Carry on.
One
But
man,
he will
I will respond
He
to
will
him.
make up stories, but of course, it's down to you. This is between you and him. Let me just come off the
Let
screen
him
and get.
continue. I will respond to him point by point. Let him continue.
Okay, there are Igbos west of the Niger, indigenous, true or false?
That's not correct.
Well, I posted you a map. Unless you want to.
Even without looking at the map,
Map of what?
I explained because I'm from the west of the Niger, so I know everything in regard to the people that occupy the territory.
Look, I'm from Onitsha, so I know my brothers in Asaba and all those other places.
Yes.
So I'm not making this up. The map, all the maps that show Igbos west of the Niger cannot be wrong.
I will tell you something.
And they didn't just move there yesterday or 2 years ago or 60 years ago when they created Nigeria.
What language did they speak?
They speak Igbo, albeit slightly variant dialects, but they speak Igbo.
Are you talking about people of Anyosha, Asaba, and Kwane and all of that?
Are they not Igbo?
Is that the people that you're talking about?
Wait. So what are they?
Okay, you asked me. You want me to respond to that?
What are they?
They are not Igbo. Because I can show you a video here on this YouTube. You can go and look for it. When Sunday Olise was addressing some people during a FIFA organized as a conference or something like that. Well, Sunday Olise categorically told everyone that he is not an Igbo, that he is from what's his name? They call it Ababu. That he's from Ababu in Delta State. That he is not an Igbo. His name is Sunday Olise.
So Sunday Olise's word now cancels all the maps
if Sunday
that show Igbo people to be west of the indigenous to west of the Niger.
Those people
So
that
all those maps are now wrong.
I'm not saying the map is wrong. I'm saying your statement claiming that they are Igbo.
So how about all the people that say they are Delta Igbo?
Let me explain that to you. You see, those people you're referring to, especially people of Asaba, they are so, people migrate. I'm not going to sit here and told you 100% that there are no Igbo people in Asaba. I'm not going to say that to you. There are Igbo people in Asaba. Those are people that migrated recently. But the indigenous people of Asaba, and Ukwane and Yosha and all those people, they are not Igbo. It's like this man sitting here in front of the screen here, Ovie. Ovie is not a Yoruba man, but he shares boundary with Yoruba people. He's from Akoko Edo. Those people, they are mix of Edo people.
Wait.
But I'm not a mix of Edo people and Yoruba people.
Ovie is an Oyo man, really.
Wait. The son.
Yes.
Okay. Let me finish, because this is not just for you. This is for a lot of other Niger Delta people.
I'll be happy to
your
respond to any question that you may have.
Okay, now if you look at the maps, there are Igbo people because these maps, they didn't just make these maps yesterday.
I am not disputing the map. I am disputing your statement that claim that the people who reside in those territories.
Anyway, I know there's a lot of those people that say they are Delta Igbo and they didn't migrate. They didn't migrate. Just because one or two people, or at least say one celebrity has come up where he has easy access to a platform to say his own. It's just like Wike said he's not Igbo. Fine. Because Wike has a platform. But I know there are thousands of people that refer to themselves as Delta Igbo. Not just that I've seen them on YouTube,
and
that I know personally, plus cousins, plus family.
I am in a better position to explain this to you because I'm from Delta. One, you see the Shekiri of Delta, for example. Sometimes they say, they say, oh, they are Yorubas. Why did they say that? Because they are descendants.
No, I'm not talking about the Shekiri. I'm not talking about the Shekiri and Benin region. Okay, let me finish.
Just a couple more sentences for both of you.
So now, when the British carved up Nigeria, they divided. Obviously, they were dividing and conquering. So the Igbo people, they just used the Niger as a boundary to divide the Igbo people, regardless of the fact that there were Igbo people west of the Niger. And they are even their brother tribes, their fellow Biafran tribes, whether you want to say they are Igbo or not, Urobo, all those, they are cousin and brother tribes to the Igbo. White people carved us along the banks of the river, leaving some of them on the west, and the larger Igbo group and the other, some of the other cousins on the east. Now, the agitation for Middle Belt, that did not consider the same thing, that there was ethnic Igbos.
I am not going to dispute that because if you look at the map of Benue, it was very obvious that some part of Ebonyi State was carved out of Ebonyi and joined with Benue. That's the fact.
Exactly.
So you have some local government that were carved out of Ebonyi and joined together with.
Okay, Starman, land on the key point that you want to land on, and then the Senate response, and then we move the conversation on because I don't want to stuck on that spot.
Okay, my Desano, you keep talking about consultation, and many people have come on this show to say that they are prominent members of IPOB who are from other non-Igbo groups of the Biafran region.
Yes.
And you keep talking about consultation. What kind of consultation do you want to see?
Okay, let me respond to that. I explained to you earlier that the Midwest region was originally part of the Western region until 1963, when a referendum was organized. The Midwestern region is the only part of Nigeria that was constitutionally created by law. So
even though it was not properly researched, it was just another balkanization.
I don't think it's
a lot of countries were balkanized.
The people of Asaba,
this will go on forever. The Senate used the floor to Ovie,
and they voted, and the vote was 100%.
Well, if there's another vote today, those Igbo Biafrans will not join.
So the Senate used
our first prime minister was Dennis
Osafo. The government house is named Dennis Osafo. So, sorry, I muted you slightly.
Someone is asking what kind of...
They say no, have the final word, and then we move on.
They said, okay, they said, no,
sorry, Ovie, sorry, yeah.
Okay, the Starman is asking how we are acting for consultation. How do you do consultation? For God's sake, what you are talking about is a serious matter. You are asking us to leave the country we've known all our life. It's not a joking matter. We are people who still respect our tradition. Regardless of the corruption and the fucked up that is going on in Oba Palace, we still respect that institution. If any decision like that had to be made, we need to hear from our traditional rulers. We give our mandate to individuals to go to Abuja to speak for us anytime. In case of matter like this, we need to hear from them. You can't just see anybody from the street say, oh, I'm a Biafra and Biafra. You see, we won't take that person serious. No, we are civilized people. We respect our elders. We respect procedures. For God's sake, we are under a constitution. You people can't just wake up and say we have to join them. No, we are not interested. Let our elders speak for us. Let our traditional rulers speak for us. Let our religious leaders speak for us. Let the people give mandate speak for us, for God's sake. We are not just anyhow people.
Okay.
Let me just add to that.
Don't come back, because if you come back, then Starman will come back, and then we'll never. No, but I can't let you have the final. Okay, if I let you have a word, then I have to let Starman have a word.
No, exactly.
So I will be brief. I'm not going to
be brief, and then he be brief. You see.
See, when the Midwest was created, the people that represented these were professors, traditional rulers. A lot of academians. These are people that represent us, and they trash out, the demand of the people. There was a lot of written work that was done before the final votes for the referendum, and it was 100% yes. So we cannot just wake up one morning, somebody who is not a representative of a particular region will decide the future of the
okay. Last words to you, Starman. So sorry, don't ask him a question. Don't ask him a question, because I'm not going to allow him to answer. So just last words to you,
referendum
Starman.
In Edo and Delta today. Yeah. If the other groups don't want to leave, the Delta Igbo will leave. I'm telling you categorically. If the other groups want to form Niger Delta, the Delta Igbo will say, okay, cool, form your Niger Delta, but we're going with Biafra. I can tell you that categorically now.
Okay. So we leave it there. So to Starman, Ovie, and Desano, you can have that as part of your closing remarks. But I want to hear from our Professor Data O, just by way of his closing remarks, because I want to start sweeping up people, because there's so many people waiting. So, Prof, off you go. Are you still with us, Prof?
To me, you telling me to go now, I'm not happy, because I still have much to speak. I was only giving audience wait. I was only giving audience once to speak, and now you're coming back to me, and the next one is to go.
No. The floor is yours. Take as long as you like. The floor is yours.
Now, there's some things I want you guys to know. Do you know one reason why I come to your show? I heard what Bia Odua said. I heard what Starman said, and there's truth in what they said.
Okay.
But I keep coming to your show. Do you know why?
Why?
I want to learn. I found out in life, no matter how stupid someone is, there's something you will learn. That's one. Two,
that's deep.
There's some level of truth you people having portrayed on this show. Let me tell you, there's something I learned from Starman now. I did not know that there are map evidence originally that proves the indigenous people across the Niger. I never knew. I learned it today. And there has been evidence of such. That's one. Another thing I want to say is, there's a big error you made now. I never mentioned the video with reference to Buhari's death. You picked up something you thought was so. My dear, that is not proper. You picked up something that was not so. you know, this is not how they do things. That's not how they do things.
You were not referring to that video, right?
Yeah, the video you're talking about is not it. It's not it. It's not it.
Okay,
it's
okay,
not
that's fair enough.
Now let's leave that one aside, because you know you would have asked me what video. What video?
No, you refer to Simon about the video that he showed. So that was what
I said. There's a video I have watched.
Okay.
About
that's
that.
fine. Maybe that's a misunderstanding. Yeah.
Yes, you know. And see, let me tell you. Yeah, I want you to know another thing.
If you're not referring to that video, I accept.
Okay, good. Now I want you to know there's some key things you should know about life. You see, I've come to find out in life, there's a law of philosophy that says you cannot be is and is not at the same time. I don't know if you have heard that law. What it simply means is if this is A, you can't say that is B. It's either A or B. You know why I'm mentioning this? Why I'm mentioning this is, you know, there's some statements after when you spoke about that video that were mentioned that is not proper. You know, that is not how it is. I don't want to enter into all those things. But one thing I know is this. One, you see whatever is going on in Nigeria, it has to be addressed. But to me, it cannot, because of the forces involved. The people that are in power, the Fulanis, don't want to let power go. Please, and again, I want you to know these Fulanis are very sneaky. Initially, they were asking,
why do you think they are doing? Why do you think they are doing what they are doing?
Why they are doing this is one, they want to hold on to power.
No, not they don't want to hold on to power. They want to hold on to the resources of Nigeria.
I know you haven't allowed me. Allow me to learn now. Two, they want to Fulanize the country. Three, as any person that wants such kind of power or to rule the country, they need resources. And then again, that's another reason. So, us staying together as a unit will not help matters. It will never help matters. It's high time we should come to the truth. Now, I'm going to say something Ovre said that I wish he'll have a rethink of that. See, Nnamdi Kanu never became famous because of insulting people. It's not true. Maybe that's your own opinion. If you observe me, I don't argue much because there's some truth. I know they are.
Are you there, Prof? Prof?
I think he's gone off, I believe.
Yeah, I think he's paying attention. I'm not going to remove him because he hasn't finished, but I will mute him and I'll take Soji's comments as a closing remark, and then I'll come back to Prof. Soji, off you go.
Okay, I'm not sure how long you still have on the show.
And not that much. Be mindful of. We're about to round off. Yeah.
To say over time, and as the host, I know your job is difficult. It can't be easy. But I would like to appear more if I can make that suggestion, mainly for suggestions, because everything that we've been speaking about and disputing, I think needs to be made into a show. I believe between myself and Starman, there is a lot that we would disagree on. But I believe that there's actually more we would agree on. And I think that right across the board. And I don't know if I can on this, because there's a lot to say. We're not allowed to say, which is understandable. I don't know if you can devise a show that really does speak to our differences. It doesn't have to be tomorrow, next week. It should be for a palatable time, maybe 2 weeks from now. Or it's on a particular subject, and you let people go at it. But when it's like this, just
Soji, is that thing again? You're in and out.
Yeah, I think you should come closer to the camera a little bit. I mean, to the video, your video. Come closer.
Okay. I hope that's better.
Yeah, that's better. If you could just stay where you are, just get closer.
Keep it in one place.
Yeah.
Yes, I would like to make that suggestion if you heard that, because of the way this particular conversation went, which I think that there were a lot of important things in there, but it just came as a mishmash. So in the learning or understanding of what's going on and where our topics are, it spills. And I wonder if maybe a couple of weeks from now, you can begin to find at least a portion of the program that speaks to disputes, for and against. So we can see who is against a particular subject, who's for a particular subject. And we can be going at it to be more learned in that devised way, as opposed to people taking offense. And I would just like to add this: there is a brittle nature from those in the East, Igbos, precisely. There is a feeling sorry for themselves, as it may come across. However, it may be more about the pain and suffering that they went through. Now, we can take either side of that we wish, but to have a discussion on this, I think it would allow us, Igbo and Yoruba particularly, to get over certain strains that we have within our relationship. This platform, for me, is very, very important. It can almost act as the reasoning, the reasonable approach to the topic of Nigeria, which is totally inflammable. For me, I would tell you as a Yoruba man, I've been listening to Nnamdi Kanu for a very long time, since I was in Spain. I've been back in London for about 5 years, so I would say between 6 and 7 years ago. And in listening to him, he has so much to say. Yet, I'm sorry, he's the most insulting person I've come across. The most insulting. So you people that defend him, go and speak to him about the way he insults people. Why don't you do that? Why? Why would you bring it to?
Do you think there should be a no-go area, as it's been suggested? Of course, it will never happen. But do you think
Hell
there
no.
should be?
Hell no. It's not
Of course not.
it.
Never. The day that happens, the day I'll just pack it up and I'll just go do something else. Go play football or something. Of course, nobody is going to tell me what I'm going to discuss or how I'm going to discuss it. Never. I'm an Oyo man. When I'm saying I'm an Oyo man, you think it's just a casual throwaway comment?
We don't muck about. The way it is, bruv, is that what's in my mind and what's in my heart, I can bleat it out of my mouth at anybody, at any time.
Better you hear it how I think it rather than for me to pretend to you. I'm telling you what I'm thinking and you're telling me.
Yesterday I was listening, and Morris, a great guy. Morris, thinking about Yorubas anyhow, whether it was true or not. Nobody took offense. Nobody will say, oh, you can't speak about Yoruba like that. No one said that. Why? Why can't I speak to you or have a conversation with you without you telling me that you know the most about this subject? How do you know? What research? How do you know what research I've done? So I'm really appealing to everybody on this because I'm enjoying the program, but I don't enjoy the tears.
No, but I like that though, because it's a very combative atmosphere as well, because no quarters are given and none are taken. So it's sharp and ready, and people will pull you up.
We should be talking about solving Nigeria's problems, how to move forward, not combating. Is that not what we're talking about now?
Is that not what we're talking about now?
Why does combative?
It's a combative environment because it's an emotive topic. When it's an emotive topic, it will always be combative. How can you be emotive and civil at the same time? It's not possible, especially coming from where we come from. But Soji, finish off so I can...
I'm trying, but I was crying.
Yeah, sorry.
What I would ask is that whilst we can be combative, whilst we can even be skillful in our approach, whilst we can be comical, I would ask that there is a lot of understanding, one, and I would ask for the difficult job of one man that he has. I think we have to realize that. I will say to you, one man, that you may make it a bit more difficult just because of the amount of interruptions you make. You make good interruptions, though, don't get me wrong, but the amount sometimes doesn't allow the thing to flow, and it doesn't.
Sorry, now you have accused me. I'm going to do it. So let me tell you, not because you said, but just to really to that point. You see, when I interrupt somebody, it's for two reasons. One, if I feel that the point is already made and they're starting to embellish, because of course, when people have made the point, they hammer and hammer, they do another loop round with different language, but to the same point. So when I feel the point has been made, I would interject. Or when I feel that somebody is trying to coast off a fallacy to land at a bigger point, I will interject. And if I feel that I can enhance what is being said with something that I know, I will interject. So I don't just interrupt just for the sake of it, but I'll take that on board as something to work on.
But as I said, yes, please do take that on board. There are so many things that here where people was taking the story to. Interjection sometimes allows that to happen. Sometimes it goes from that person to another person, and then come back maybe after 6 minutes.
So what about the topics that, have we taken your soundings on the topics that has been discussed? Have you had your say on the actual, the statistics or the Igbo numbers, the El Rufai, yeah, just briefly, yeah.
Igbo statistics are correct. The question still remains in my mind, and I would like these to be appreciated by those on the side of Biafra. In my mind, I would like for the statistics to be more apparent to me and to others about what is this Biafra. If we accept that the Igbos are definitely Biafra, bang, let's put them there. Now, what about the rest? What about the geography of Biafra? I would also like to ask, especially the West, that was very much a part of the West. That's actually where I grew up in Nigeria. I grew up in Sapele, so I know this area very well. You understand? My great grand uncle was Asabo. Most of that Sapele wood to this London and the rest of the world. Sapele wood.
What is Sapele and claiming you are Yoruba? I'm starting to suspect you. You know.
I'm supposed to be and my father is my smart brother. We are Nigerians.
You know we don't accept half Yoruba. It's 100%. I'm only joking though, of course. Yeah.
My father is Ilaje.
No, so I'm only pulling your legs. Carry on.
I know, but I'm making it clear. My father is Ilaje. My mother is Ifon. Both on. I grew up in Sapele, right next door. You understand? At the time that I grew up in Sapele, wasn't get carved out as the East, as Midwest. I'm a Nigerian, bro. You understand me?
Of course, full blood. Yeah.
I think that we are so confused in this country, and me actually being grown up outside the country, the lens I've had on the country is quite different from those who live inside the country. Quite different. And the way I look at the country is that every year we miss an opportunity to.
Would you like to live there? Would you like to live there?
My home now. Why not? My plan as an individual, I lived in Spain for 10 years. And what I was doing in Spain should have taken me between London, Spain, and Nigeria. But I had to come back slightly. That's why I'm here in England. England for me.
For reasons of Boko Haram?
No, for reasons of me personally, because of what I realized that's going on recently, I actually, because I want to fight the fight from there. Because the fight is not just amongst Nigeria. The fight.
Okay, so just because of the pressure time, just a couple more words,
Fight for Nigeria right now, the whole globe is looking to put it in their pocket. So we who are arguing, let's find out a plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Soji. Soji, come earlier next time so we can get a fuller flavor, because it's always a delight to hear from Soji. So, Prof, let me come back to you. Just because you were in the throes of making comments, and then you had to step aside, but now you're back. So, Prof.
Yeah, a lot has been said today, but there's one. What I was saying, that either something is A or B. It can't be in between. It's very difficult. So I want you to know, sometimes you interrupt people. The person is saying the truth, but you won't know. I want you to go one day, reflect on some of the interruptions you think the person is saying.
You know what, Prof? One day, come early, and I will let you. In fact, I'm going to make you the moderator, and then you'll see how difficult it is.
I'm going to run away now. Do you think I don't know it's difficult?
It's difficult.
Wait, do you think I don't know it's difficult? I know it's very difficult.
You know this thing. When I want to do this thing, I'm thinking, 1.5 hours, 2 hours. Now we're getting 4 hours almost. We hit 4 hours yesterday, and we're getting towards 4 hours today now. So you imagine you have all these strong, all these strong personalities that you're having to contend with.
Yes, I believe what you're saying.
Yeah,
I believe what you're saying. If you observe me, I don't insult people. I'm not ready. I'm not fighting.
You're a gentleman.
I don't fight. So I've heard all you guys have said. But as I said, there's some things I said today. I'm not repeating it. Go and write it down. They're truth. One day you'll come to find out. Because there's a statement they say the truth is never. They say the truth is only delayed, it's not denied. I think you have heard that statement. So you come to see the reality of it. Now, based on, there's something Ovre said I like. We have, like, I think it was one that made the statement, we have to see how we can discuss how we can put things forward, to make things move forward in Nigeria. Yeah. I like that suggestion, but, it won't be that easy. It won't be that easy. And to me, the easiest way still remains, let us go our separate ways.
Prof, before you go, just a couple of questions for you. One, that Campbell thing with the data, I'm not sure if you've spoken to that, but that Obasanjo's narrative of again, that if we split the country, it's almost starting to split along the 3 juggernauts, which is the Hausa Fulanis, the Yorubas, and the Igbos, essentially with the Biafrans. But what Obasanjo was asking is what happens to all of the subgroups that we have in Nigeria, and we went through a list, and there are about 7, 10. Just before you answer that,
go on. Go on. Don't worry.
No, I was actually going to give you a list of the subgroups that are in Nigeria, but I think I'll come off that page. But maybe yeah. So we have the Hausas, the Yorubas, the Fulanis, the Igbos, the Ibibios, the Tifs, the Ijos, the Kanuris. So all in percentages, the Hausas 21%, the Yorubas 23%, the Fulanis, according to data, and this might shock you, 3%. This is just a quick glance, so I'm not.
So that's what they are.
3%. The Igbos 18%. The Ibibios 2%. This is just, by the way, this is just a quick Google search, so I'm not hanging my hat on it. The Ibibios 2.8%. The Thieves 2.2%. The Ijos 5%, and the Kanuris 1.7%. So in Nigeria, I mean, it should really be Yoruba land, shouldn't it? The Yorubas and the Hausas, the Igbos, they are saying they are 18%, but there you have it. So the subgroups. Anyways, just speak to that. What Obasanjo said about
what I'm going to say is this. I hope let me just use this word, MMK, you know who he is.
Yes.
He's concerned about these groups. He's really concerned about them. And I can't remember easily him saying what will happen to them. But if I'm to speak, I will advise these groups to align with one of these core, either Igbo, Yoruba, or Hausa. Because if you see the Yorubas, you won't say there are no groups near them that they can absorb. The same thing with the Igbos, the Hausas. That is my advice. See, like Nnamdi Kanu keeps, MNK continues saying it. Even when Biafra come, any of these small nationalities say they want to exist as themselves, he will let them go. He has been saying, and I believe that he will let them go. So that is my advice for them. You understand? This staying in this nation as one, honestly, it's just a pity the Fulanis don't want it. They have almost every platform at their advantage that has strategically, geographically, economically, even military-wise, put them in position to hold on.
I don't take that data actually, because I don't think the Fulanis they are 3%. They're about 20 million, 15. Anyway, I have to double check that. So let me not.
It's true. True. It's true. They're little in number, but if you do your homework well. See, I found out it's not today these guys did their homework. If these guys could overrun, Gambia initially was 98% Christians. They brought them down, and now there are 98 Muslims there. They started conquering regions, moving up. Mali, is that Tutumbua, established the first mosques in West Africa, moving on and on. So, their quantity, we
the only place that they are a majority, but they're not the majority, because of course they are only about 30-something% of that population, is Guinea-Conakry. So that is really where they are from, Guinea-Conakry.
Yeah. So
can I come in?
No.
Okay.
He's
Okay. So that is what I have to say. Even at their small this state, we shouldn't just dash them away. You understand? But as I said, I keep saying it. Nigeria as an entity, us staying together, honestly, is not going to favor us. And this disintegration is what's just needed. Everybody should see how it's going to happen. You understand? I don't see those people are highly unrepentant. They're not repentant. They're not repentant. They don't want any legacy. Their legacy is just to go on. For an El-Rufai to say, like, I can't remember how he said it word to word, but in summary is that anybody that wants the power has to get ready to contest for it. It's not a nice thing.
Is it not right though? Nobody is going to give up power. You have to find a way to wrestle it off them. That is essential.
My brother, that is true. But most of the time, when someone says that, he knows that he's able to push that person aside. He's just opening that.
You an indication of what it will take.
Of course, my brother. So that's it. So
Prof,
it's
always a pleasure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
go on.
Let me say it. I respect how you're handling this show. It's not easy. It's not. Who says it's easy should go and have it. In short, the person's lying. Anybody that says
trying to keep Povie in check alone is a job in itself.
Obre is somebody else. So you just it's not somebody else. It's a kind.
When I say it's not easy, it's a real pleasure. Because what other opportunity would I get to meet somebody like yourself, Desano, Ovie,
Even Desano Uncle is not easy as well.
Opportunity other than this. So, yes, at least we always still pass and then we reconvene again. So, yeah, it's a privilege. And it's been a privilege as well, Prof. And hopefully, I want to say come earlier, but then you came early enough, but then there's just a stream of people. So that's Prof. Desano, you were about to say something off the back of what Prof was saying. Yes. Then we go to Forthright for our closing remarks. So Desano.
Yes. Yeah, what I'm about to say is in regard to Basanjo's statement that the minority will suffer. To me, that is fallacy. I don't believe in that. You see, one thing Nigeria need to to learn to understand is respect. You see, I live in the Republic of Ireland, and I've been in Europe for, about 26 years. Let me say about 26 years. One thing I've learned and it's one of the reasons that we're having, issue in Nigeria. One thing I've learned over the course of me staying in Europe for the last 26 years is the fact that there is respect for the rule of law. The society here in Europe is governed by law and order. In Nigeria, it's the opposite. We are governed by, tradition and belief. That's why you see a government official in Nigeria, they will make law, they themselves will disobey that law. It's the reason why we are having a chaotic system of governments. It's like we are not matured enough to understand what law and order means. So for Basanjo saying that the minority will suffer, if we have a system of law and order, nobody will suffer anything, because we are operating a system of oppression. It's a system of muscle men, in politics. So if there is a law and order, I don't think we should be talking about some people will suffer or this will suffer. No, that's why you see Nigerian politicians. You see, one of the things they do, they do best, is when they are talking about Nigeria's citizen. They don't use the word citizen. They always use the word stakeholder. Who are the stakeholder? It's supposed to be the citizen. But anytime you listen to the media, they always use the word stakeholder. Stakeholder. Who are they referring to? Is it the muscle men in society or the citizen?
You see, when they talk about stakeholders, you see, in Nigeria, they see people in blocks, not as individuals. Yeah. So when they are talking about stakeholders, for instance, somebody like Kanu, who we have talked about a lot today, is a stakeholder because, of course, when Kanu moves, then he moves with his posse. So effectively, getting him is that stake, you know.
No.
So
which you see, when you use the word stakeholder, you are removing people from, you know, from the equation. You are saying that they are not part of the equation. So the muscle men, the muscle men among them, which in this case not the Kanu, they can easily give him money and forget about the people. If he's somebody who believes in money, he can easily grab that money and forget about the people.
Just on that thing. This is something, you know, I always put you a question that then goes into the next day. It's only because of the way you express yourself, it puts these questions in my head.
Yes.
This is something to reflect on, but maybe not answer directly today. If you removed Nnamdi Kanu from the Biafra equation, will the whole thing disintegrate and dissipate? So it just collapse. Quickly, very quickly.
It will collapse.
It will collapse. Okay, yes. Let's go to Ovie. Let's take Ovie's closing remarks. Ovie. So did I mute you?
Yeah, I just.
Oh, are you on the phone? Do you want me to come back to you?
I just want to say that you know, the comments of people are saying, "Oh, people are dying." I'm just here smiling and laughing. No, most of the time that I'm laughing and smiling is because of the comments. To me, the only way to go over the comment is just to laugh at it. So I'm not laughing because of people are dying. I'm laughing. No, it's a serious matter. So are what we are discussing here too. So I mean, for me, solution. If I want to conclude based on the topic of discussion today is that, as I said, the survey that come out, to me, I'm not going to go by that because this is a group of people who carry out this survey outside the country. We all know how, you know, the credibility of all those kind of surveys. So I'm not going to read, you know, too much meaning or reason to that. The American envoy, for me, I'm against it. I mean, I live in America now. I know how these people move. They are not better than us. Worst. They don't do anything for free. That's for sure. So I'm against that. Then coming for sure. Then, you know, El-Rufai said, Igbo 23. Yeah, I mean, I keep saying this. It's a game. And as I keep saying, it's a game of life and death, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a question we were trying to ask yesterday. And then, of course, I was, and then, of course, you know, it got overrun. That are they participating in politics? And is that there's a language of victimhood as well? And ironically, this was you see, I didn't even read that story before. I just go by the headline. I don't try to read the stories before I bring them, so that it can be organic when I present them. So I didn't even know he was going to say that. But then, of course, he spoke to the language that we were speaking yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game. And in this game, I don't think you can win by sympathy, by saying, you know, we've been marginalized. For God's sake, I'm on a source man from Edo State. None of my man has been president. I mean, if that is how you become a president, I mean, in the words of what is his name? He said, when did Nigeria become Nigerian presidency become turn by turn?
That was Issa Fantua. Issa Fantua,
yes. When did Nigeria become turn by turn Nigeria Limited? Go fight for it. Yeah. I mean, if I'm in charge, if I'm there today, I'm not going to give you. I'm not going to just let you have it. Yeah, if I should quote another again, what's his name? Farutimi. Farutimi said, "It is not the duty of oppressor to feel the oppressed. It is the duty of the oppressor to go for it." And how do we go for it? We need to come together. And as I keep saying, we need a scapegoat. We need something to hold on to. We need something to do. And that common enemy that we're all looking for is the elite. They are everywhere. If we can agree on that, trust me, we can go after them and take them out. But for the fact that we fail to agree that that is the problem, we keep saying this, and that. And these people know They have one goal too, and their goal is power. The easiest way to get it is to manipulate us. And we are helping them to carry out successfully and easily. With this, I'm going, this and that, this and that. No, we all agree that the country is not working.
This is the thing. Do you think the narrative, we have to be able to speak freely, so I will speak freely. Do you think the narrative, hold on, do you think the narrative in within the Eastern quarters, do you think it doesn't cohere to a singularity? Because of course you say they are having Oduduwa nation as well, but that's just Professor Akitoye and Sunday Igboho and just doing, bobbing heads or whatnot. But the secession movement in the East is quite fervent, and the insistence on it's a turn and we must have it is so quite fervent. So you can't have both.
The problem the Igbos have are their elites. The Yorubas, the problem they have is, I don't know, they are everywhere. Today, their leaders will come, even the Akintola himself will come. Today, we'll get up and criticize the constitution. Tomorrow, you go say, no, Oduduwa Republic, where are you? The same thing you interview Bode George, he will tell you the same thing. The other man is letting claim that he was concretely aware that the constitution is handed over to Obasanjo. You know this, but tomorrow if you come back, he will say, oh, we want to go to the Aweke. Where the freak are you? The only people who are constant in their demands and their focus is the Fulani man, and the results is there to show for it. They're winning.
Oh, okay, brilliant. A good point to leave it. Ovie, same time, same place tomorrow, because I don't think we are getting your point. So you have to hammer it into our heads tomorrow again until we get it. Ovie, of course. I'll take your closing remarks, Forthright, if you're there. Forthright. Hello, Forthright. Oh,
hello.
Yeah.
Where do I start? I think Soju said just about everything that I was going to say about emotional literacy, and on all sides, to be honest. So as Yoruba people, we've really never been at the receiving end of war. So we can't say that we know what a typical Igbo man is talking about. Okay, so we need to be mindful of that. We're talking from a point of pain and yes, sentiment. Okay, so one man, I would like you to appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going.
Sorry, me personally.
No, a lot of no, you personally on this platform.
Sorry, appreciate what?
Where they're coming from. When you've been at the receiving end of war, that is what they're going to pass down to their children. Their children are not going to see all these logical things you're talking about. Do you understand? It's the same way the Fulanis are blinded, that they can't see that if they work together with everybody in Nigeria, they will actually stand to benefit. They're blinded by their religious fanaticism. Okay? It's the same thing with the typical Igbo man, not listening to other people and thinking they know everything. Do you understand? Because that's what's the word? They've been traumatized by war. Okay? So it's really important that we empathize to some level. That is not to say that we'll not speak our truth. Now, to the typical Igbo man, now, you are also not showing emotional intelligence towards other people. You are doing exactly the same to the Deltans. They're telling you their truth, and you're saying it's not true. You've had two people representing that part of Nigeria telling you something, and you're saying it is not so. That means
just to interrupt you, Forthright, you know, I interrupt. We had that yesterday as well with a chap called James. He was even more assertive in his wordings that no, I have not been heard. So we have to listen.
Yeah, so
carry on, yeah.
What they are saying as well. Okay? And now when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, you've heard everybody say they listen to him. We are listening to him. However, when he starts calling names, then who's then going to want to really actively engage with you? I listen, but I'm an objective person. I can objectively separate myself from the name calling, but I see why somebody else would not want to. They will just dismiss everything you say because you call them a name. So you just hear what I did today. I came up and the first thing I did was talk to my fellow Yoruba person and tell him where he is wrong before I come to you. So we talk to ourselves first. Nobody in Yoruba land likes Obasanjo. Nobody in Yoruba land likes Tinubu today, apart from his political dundies. Do you know what we're talking about here? We want to work with you. We Yoruba people, for one, have always been about progress for everybody. We've tried to carry the Fulanis along. We've invested so much in them. But where this self-determination thing comes now is because we're starting to realize that we can't continue to try to pull someone or a group of people who don't want to progress.
They are too backward, is the thing.
There's the same thing in marriage. That's why people fall apart. One person is thinking progress, one people is just wanting to go and live their life and thinking that life is about having a lot of women around. And not thinking about...
Is it not?
Well, that's why we fail in marriage, isn't it? Because
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
Yeah. Because the values are not the same. We don't have shared vision. That is why Nigeria is falling apart. And there's nobody more in Nigeria who wants Nigeria to work than a Yoruba person.
Yes, you are right. You are right.
Economy. However, how long can we continue to do that?
You see, because the Yorubas have an understanding of the potency of a Nigeria that works, not just Nigeria, it's a real strength. Imagine if it works. This we have been anyway.
That's what we've pushed on education for a very long time. That's why we've always done that. But it's the same thing as one party in the marriage always wanting the right thing, and then other person's always at some point the other party who has a good head will think, you know what, I can't be put down with you. Is that what's happening now? So if Ovia is thinking, oh, they want to be one Nigeria, good luck to you. I want to see how you're going to do it with the cabal.
But Ovia is not alone in that thought, though. Forthright.
I know.
Sorry, just to interject. Yeah. Hold on, Forthright. Just to interject. Ovia is quite clear in his position that he still sees that this thing can work, and a lot of these things is politics. But a lot of people, they are partly of that thought and partly of different thoughts too. Because I have a mix of all of those thoughts too. So I'm not far away from Ovie and I'm not far away from Isaac in terms of the politics, whichever is most expedient, for the Yoruba people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The problem is we're divided. We know Nigeria's not working. We understand the benefits of staying together, but it's not working. So what is the way forward? We need to put pressure, but we can't do it if we're holding different views and agendas. Somebody is going to have to give. What the problem in Yoruba land today is, once a group still believes in restructuring, and a group believes that, we've been talking about this restructuring for too long. Now we can't let our children continue to depreciate under this current space. We can't do that. So that's what the problem is. One person is not giving, we still believe in one Nigeria. We still want to make this work. But for how long? For how long are we going to do that? That's my problem.
All right, thank you, Forthright. Just for pressure of time, but thank you very much. Forthright by name, Forthright by nature. I don't think it can be any clearer than she has just expressed. Bia, you're up next. Just your closing words.
Okay. I would say situations and environments make, break, or create people, regardless what anyone believes. And these environments are part of the characteristics of an individual. As a Yoruba person, or Yoruba people will have their characteristics. The Igbos will have their ones, the Hausas, the Edo or Bendel side, or Bendel Igbo. Everyone is beautiful in their own ways. But the way Nigeria has been, originally, I've never been interested in politics, but with the recent happenings, I watch BBC and I don't see anything about what is happening in Nigeria. And I started seeing things in YouTube, and those raised a lot of fears, reminded me how my father was shot on his leg during the Biafran War. Obviously, that is to say that every parent will educate their child. And if you haven't been through a situation, you can't actually put yourself, people can say, I feel you, but you cannot feel, you're not wearing that shoe, you don't know how it feels. It has nothing to do with a blackmail, emotional blackmail, or trying to play victim. It is reality. So your environment defines you, it is your reality. But because those boundaries between each other, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, has never worked from day one, because we don't even understand each other. We don't even live in harmony apart from the political elites. There's always people, not liking each other for some reason. Because the cultures are different. And now I think it has, the Fulanese or Buhari has brought all these things to the surface, and it's gotten worse. And maybe some of those bridges are broken and they're going to hurt for a very long time. I don't know if it's going to heal. So maybe for me, I believe we should all, separate somehow, even if the Igbos don't become rich. It's not about richness for me now as an Igbo. It's just, I want that peace, too much of all this drama, political drama, people who should be in jail forever or hanged. I won't say, okay, let's say I can't take a life, but people who should be punished severely in politics, shamelessly, we still come out to even call names when they have, they are rotten. It is unpardonable for me. So I come here to learn as well and to communicate with people. I have my view and I respect your view.
Thank you, Bia. Bia, there will always be a difference of opinion, and emotions will be jarred, and tempers will be raised, and voices will be raised as well. Because, like you said, we're discussing very, very important matters on this platform. We're talking about life and death, and we're talking about people. So emotions will be jarred, of course. And if you look at the mix again, well, in excess of 250 ethnicity within the Nigerian space, everybody, of course, they say to your tent, oh, Israel, when it comes to that final call, you reach to your own first. So I can understand that emotions will be jarred and languages will be either understood or misunderstood. But of course, we must always be able to, express ourselves freely. And I'm sure you share my thoughts on that.
Yes, I do. I do respect people's opinions, and I also would, appreciate that other people respect people's or a group of people's opinion. That if Igbos have voted, I know some would say that data is maybe a bit biased, but even if it's done as a questionnaire or first-hand reviews, it is something. It's better than nothing. It's to show that at least that these people want to go. So why not just respect their views, whether people accept it or not, or call them, even if they're hypocrites, just let them go. It doesn't take anything. They don't have that much compared to other people. Maybe, yeah, they've been called all names on this planet. Just let them go. You don't love them, but you don't want them. Let them go. Why are you holding us ransom?
All right, thank you. It's because we love you so. It's because we love you so much. Thank you.
We don't want to be with Nigeria anymore. But we love you, but we would rather do things civil, for peace sake. It's not about the wealth.
Thank you, Bia. Hopefully you come and explain it to us in a bit more detail tomorrow if you are less busy. So Mike, you are up next. Your closing remarks as we seek to round off. Mike.
I just wanted to touch on the point that you were making earlier, and also you made it yesterday, that the Igbos haven't been participating in politics, in the political process. And I actually disagree with that point. They've been just as equally participating just as the Yorubas. equally. There's no difference. The only difference is that during the election, just among themselves, they haven't figured a way to always bring forth a presidential candidate among them, unlike the Yorubas have always been doing. That's the only difference. Now, even Maurice made a point yesterday, said the reason Fulanis have always been winning and winning all the time is because the Yorubas are kissing the Fulanis' ass. I don't agree with that either. Because the Yorubas have always been the one to present a candidate to challenge the North. Now, remember now, let's take a timeline. When after the first civilian election, after the military, after the Civil War, when Ojukwu came back to Nigeria, don't forget that the Yorubas presented the candidates and the Northern presented the candidate. He went and aligned with the Northerners, aligned the Igbo vote for the North. So that's one. And the second one, which was 1990, the Abiola one, the Igbos aligned with the North as well. The reason Abiola won that vote is because the South.
You remember that it was the Igbo person, was it Otto Iziribe, that did the that challenged something that then led to the collapse of that election.
The Abiola, thank you. The Abiola, exactly. Because in the East, Abiola lost in the Igbo land. He won in the South side and the Southwest, and then the North was kind of split. So, and then 1999 as well, when Yorubas presented Falaye, the Northerners presented Abiola, Obasanjo. Everybody voted for Yorubas voted for Falaye. The Igbos voted for Abiola. Not Abiola, Obasanjo. And the North and Igbo split voted for Obasanjo. That's how Obasanjo won. And then
but do you not think Falaye is still Yoruba? Falaye is still Yoruba now.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Yoruba. But what I'm trying to say is they have been more aligned with it. The point I'm trying to make there is they have been more voting more in the interest of the North than the Yorubas have been. So when Maurice came and said the Yorubas have been
No. You can't use the Obasanjo example because Falaye is a Yoruba supremast and Obasanjo is a Nigerian.
Okay, well, I don't want to say that, but Obasanjo is more of a Northern. The point I'm making is they vote along with the North. That's what I'm saying. The only time where Yoruba and Igbo ever voted together was during Jonathan first term. And that's when Jonathan won. That's the only time we ever voted together. And Jonathan won. And then the second election where Jonathan lost was when the first time Yorubas ever voted along with the North. You understand? When and that's because the APC was more like looked more like a Yoruba party because people that flooded IPC was Tinubu and all these other people. So that's the only time. So if Maurice is saying Yorubas have been the one really making the Fulani powerful, it's actually the Igbos have been making them powerful. And that's what they need to get to. They need to understand that they need to unite more with their Southerners.
Yeah, well, Maurice is not here to defend himself. So
yeah,
we leave that
we have to get our facts straight,
again. Yeah.
And also before that, in the beginning, Azikiwe was the first that went on align with the North. So they've been the one that have been really aligning with the North, and they've been the one that complain the most. And they will say it's the Yorubas that's making the Fulani powerful. No, it's them.
Okay. You say that is your understanding, point, but I'm sure. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
This is not my. It's just a fact,
Oh, okay. Well, that's the fact is always subjective, isn't it? Unless it's black or white.
You can't change it. You can't change that.
All right, thank you, Mike. It's just really for pressure of time. So we go to Starman. Starman, just a quick summary, just parting words. Starman, have we lost you, Starman? I didn't mute you. Okay, there you are.
I was muted.
No, not by me. Okay, carry on anyway.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I come on this show, like I keep saying, to talk about a way forward for the ethnic groups in the South. Because I think we're faced with an existential enemy, which I think is what we should be talking about. I mean, we're supposed to be talking about the constitutional amendment tonight and restructure, if that leads to restructuring or whatever. But in a classic chicken or egg situation, what should Nigeria solve first? Is it national conference and restructuring or insecurity? if it's national conference and restructuring, is that guaranteed to solve the insecurity
Well,
problem?
it can't be, can it really? Because you cannot say that. I mean, we are talking insecurity, which is taking human lives. So there have to be people alive first.
So we have to solve insecurity first.
I think that's what your question lends itself to.
Right. So, okay, now looking at the insecurity, we have a government who we all now know has been hijacked by jihadists. Unless we've suddenly forgotten about Pantami or think that Pantami is the only one in government with this jihadist agenda, then I might as well stop talking. But we have a government and an army that has been hijacked by jihadists. They've unleashed their foot soldiers on the ground. Look, we've all seen the videos of Fulanese trooping in from Niger and Chad in droves. See, and when you look at those videos, there are no women in those videos. Those are all young men. Look, I'll tell you something. I keep saying I have studied history comprehensively. Look, unless you can show me anywhere in history.
Comprehensively? What does comprehensively? Don't use language like that.
No, let's not sidetrack over small issues.
No, don't.
Unless you can show me. Okay, you can agree. You cannot agree. You can agree. You cannot agree. Unless you can show me somewhere in history where an army was deployed and not used. Listen, these guys have deployed their army. What you saw in those videos were the Fulani army. They've come to fight. Nigeria is not the first place they fought this fight. They fought it in Sudan. They fought it in Central African Republic. They lost. Now they've come to Nigeria, and this time they were meticulous because they made sure they seized all apparatus of government. Yes, I appreciate the U.S. negotiating, and like Desano said, U.S. never had an interest at her. And Desano, I will even say, look, U.S., they've been worried about Nigeria becoming a superpower from time since Babangida moved Nigerian troops into Sierra Leone, or was it Liberia? That was when they realized Nigeria was trying to be a regional power. That's when they've been crushing up. Look, U.S. is not going to send troops into Nigeria. They're just going to keep talking and talking and talking while the killing starts and continues. What we should be talking about now is how to make sure we save ourselves as best as possible. What we should be talking about now is the one thing that every other part of Nigeria can do and avert this war that the Fulani has brought upon us. And that one thing is, in unison, this is why I keep coming on here to talk about things that we can do. In unison, rise up and declare our independence. Whether it's together as Southern Nigeria, which is highly unlikely, but more likely as independent groups. And thank goodness the Middle Belt have finally made a significant move towards that by creating their own flag and currency. This is what we need to be talking. Look, see, it's easy to sit here and just be dismissing everything. Just because that's not what we want.
One man and his dog, isn't it?
Just because that's what we want. Just because, look, the real issue here is that there's a jihad on our doorsteps. While we're here doing talking heads, in these 4 hours we've been talking, night time, people have been raped, killed, shot, and driven out of their villages. This is what we need to be talking about. Not whether is Atiku, will they select Atiku, but Tinubu will still win regardless. Or, but I fancy this one out. That's how. Oh, so you think as they are killing Nigerians like this, when it's 2023, everybody, somehow, they will pause the killing just to let everybody go and vote? And like I keep saying, in the past times I've come on this show, Fulani haven't seized power fully, in totality. Why would they suddenly give it up now, just because of election? When they even have the guns pointing at us.
They did not seize power. What do you mean they seized power?
Fulani is in every apparatus, every lever of state.
Yes, that is it is at the discretion of whoever is running the country to appoint whoever in whatever post. That is nepotism, what you're talking about. Yes, that is all that. Oh, anyway, yes. Yeah, so let's just let's sorry because I want to quickly, because I can even see that Isaac is yawning, and so let's just just land your point.
Let me land my point. Now, I don't know why people are so scared of breaking Nigeria. Look, Yugoslavia.
Who is scared? No, who is?
Wait.
No.
A lot of people. I'm not. There are a lot of people that talk against breaking up, like Ovie, for one. Okay. Let me just land. Let me just land. Yes. Now, a lot of people talk for it.
No, don't speak to your own opinion. Don't speak to other people's opinion,
now,
because that's how you rile people up.
Yugoslavia is less than a third the area of Nigeria, but Yugoslavia broke into 7 countries. Now, the populations, land areas of those countries and the populations. Look, Croatia, 50,000 square kilometers. 50,000 square kilometers is 18 times smaller than Nigeria, with just 4.5 million people. Yet their GDP and economy is stronger than our own. Montenegro, that one is 90 times smaller than Nigeria.
Sorry, whose economy did you say is stronger than Nigeria's?
Croatia.
Yes. I doubt that very much, but I'll check.
Croatia. Look, all the former Yugoslavia countries today, their economies are doing better than Nigeria. That their naira is. Look, Nigeria. I've been telling my friends, if you have money in the bank, better move it, because the
last time I checked, Nigeria was top 25, top 30. So I'm not quite sure, but carry on. Carry on.
That was the last time. All those former Yugoslavian countries, the biggest one is Serbia. That's just 10 times the size of Nigeria. The smallest ones are Kosovo and Montenegro, 90 times the size of Nigeria.
Nigeria is the 30th largest economy in the world. Just hold that there, because this is what you do. You just make up stories. So I'm going to put you on mute. No, I'm going to put you on mute, and then I will. No, you make up stories. So I'm going to be fact checking you now from here on in. I'll put you on mute. So here is
if you want, I'll send you the links I referenced all.
Don't send me any links. I'm going to be fact checking you now, because I can't allow you to spread misinformation here. Okay, just where is it? So bear with me one moment. Deseno, let's get your closing remarks as I just fact check this fella. Hello, Deseno.
Okay, can you hear me? Yes, I think I'll just unmute myself. Yeah, in regard to what have been, been said, and I believe that, yes, I agree with, with the last speaker, Starman.
Yes.
To some extent, in terms of, how to counter, the Fulanis, every move they are making, we need to, be preparing ourselves, because, with what they've done, like you said, over in the course of the last 6 years and a half years, they're not just going to give up power just like that. Especially when the jihadists have taken over the control of our armed forces. That's the only place I'm worried about, the armed forces. It looked like they are in control of it, but every other position is a position that can. It's not an elected position, except the president. Every other position can be, readjusted shortly once a new person takes over.
Sorry, Desano, let me interrupt you slightly just to bring this in, because I was just fact checking Starman. So actually, just carry on. Sorry, Desano. I am sorry.
So in regard to what I was saying, I'm a little bit worried about the military, because that's the only place these people actually is the reason why they are doing what they are doing, because they have the military under their control. So we need to, be strategizing and figuring out what we can do. But the businessmen and the politicians, from the southern region, they believe that they are playing a waiting game till 2023, and it's dangerous. Not that they cannot do anything. They have a lot of power. They can do a lot of things that will change the situation immediately. But they are playing a waiting game. Since Buhari, is an elected, president. So they are playing a waiting game, to 2023, believing that somebody will come up from the south, they elect him, and they will be able to change a lot of things. But nothing will change more, even though we elect a new president, even from the south, from the southern region. It won't change anything. I'm saying that because this Fulani, they planted themselves all over the economy of Nigeria. So they will still be remotely controlling, the power that be at that particular time. So I don't believe that we should just be discussing, the election of 2023. I think we should also be discussing something that we can motivate, our people in the South. I mean, down South here, so that we can sensitize people, make sure that they understand what is going on. Because I can see that there's a lot of ignorance going on. People, especially those of us from the South, we take this for granted. We are very lackadaisical with our, in our approach to politics in Nigeria, and this is very dangerous. This work can take us on our way, and I'm certainly sure by next year, by this time next year, if not, with the way things are going, by this time next year, I don't think we can even get to next year. Within the next 6 months, if care is not taken, Nigeria will be in a serious, conflict, which we already, already. So I'm very worried about that. But hopefully, our politicians need to rise up, because we are waiting for them. The people are ready. It's the politicians that are not ready. If they can summon the courage, if they can summon the courage and allow the people to mobilize the people and take necessary decision, necessary approach to solve the problem, they can.
Okay,
they need to
just
pile
for
up
pressure
pressure.
of time.
Yes, they need to pile up pressure on Abuja, so that Abuja will be able to respond to the people and solve this problem of security.
Thank you, Deseno. We'll reconvene tomorrow if you have the time to spare. So Deseno, always a voice of reason. I'll come to Isaac, but before I come to Isaac, just a quick thing, just to fact check what's his name, because I know he will come back and argue back. Nigeria, as I said, is the top 25 economies. It's not actually the top 25. It falls 30th in the chart that I can see. And Croatia, that is mentioning, is number 78 on the chart. So this is what he does. He just makes stuff up. But of course, he'll get the right to reply. Isaac, just a quick summary from you.
Thank you for having me at the backstage since all this while.
Sorry, Isaac. I'm so sorry. You see how it's gone, eh?
I went out and came back, and I.
You don't even feel sorry for me that I'm having to take the meeting. But carry on, eh?
Anyway, to start with, I will start with the issue of Bode George. As we said earlier, Bode George is not going anywhere. It's just that is just the politics. So he's not going anywhere. Then I'm going to refer to issue of Obasanjo, because I have been trying to at least put some of my own opinion to that since all this while. If Nigeria want to break up, nobody is going to be minority, because each state, every state in Nigeria, at least will have at least 2 million people in each state. And if we want to break it into ethnicity or ethnic group, if we're talking about Yoruba, at least Yoruba, we have about 50 million people in Yoruba. Let me just put it that way. Igbo, at least we have like 45 million people. Hausa, let's just say 40 million people. Fulani, let's just give them like 5 million. Then Thief, is it Thief or TV? Bayelsa and Delta and all those Urobo or whatever. Every group, at least they will have at least nothing less than 2 million people. These people can form their own country if Nigeria do break up. So there is no cause for alarm. There is nothing to be worried about. Slovenia, Slovakia, they are just like 2 million, 4 million. Even I can even use Barbados as an example. Barbados is just like 250,000 people. That is a country on its own, and they have a very good economy. I can use Dominican Republic, Commonwealth Government of Dominica. I can use Antigua and Barbuda. I can use Saint Martin and Saint Martin. I can use Saint Kitts. I can use Jamaica, all those Caribbean islands. Even go back to South America. Talking of Guyana, you're talking of Mexico and all those places. They form their own country. As a matter of fact, we have all these small ethnicity. They can form their own. They can form their own country. That is what I'm trying to bring out of that. The issue of Nigeria is not issue of what we can be fighting for. It is how we can go our separate ways. There is no going back. It doesn't really matter to me. It doesn't really matter. Ovie love Nigeria. I know it's just been
controversial.
Controversial. It doesn't really mean what he's saying. He just want to be a controversial person. So Nigeria is gone because in as much because there is a particular news that which we supposed to bring in today that we didn't even mention. You had this news this morning, like issue of a Pantama that got the best award, best minister of the year. The person that is associated himself with terrorists, then you giving him the best minister for the year. So what you are telling me now is that there is no better person. You know that this person is a controversial person, and you still give him a best award for best minister of the year. So it clearly shows that these people, they are just rubbing our face that there is nothing we can do. So the earlier we understand that, okay, well, this is what we have to do, we have to go our separate way, the better. Yesterday, as we some group are agitating for Yoruba nation, some group of elements, some political thugs, they gather themselves in Ekiti, to be specifically Ado Ekiti, and they are parading themselves. They display placard that, okay, they do those professor didn't mention Professor Akintoye that Igboho should be arrested because he is the person that is fighting for Yoruba nation. So they are not in support of that. In the same Yoruba nation, in the same Yoruba, some elements gather themselves. They call themselves Yoruba Nation. I mean Yoruba Youth Forum or whatever they call themselves. Ado Ekiti. I know that it's Fayemi sponsored that anyway, so that doesn't really make any sense. They kicking, they are agitating against. I mean, they are kicking against Yoruba agitators. So these are the things we'll be seeing. The earlier we understand that, okay, there's nothing left in Nigeria to be fighting for, the better. All what everybody is saying, I love Nigeria before I if you say Nigeria. Even last 2 years, I never ever even a year back, I never thought about issue of education. But the way thing is going,
you know what, Isaac? Maybe one day, maybe even next time you come, I'm going to press you hard on this. When you say you used to once love Nigeria and now no more, because I feel there's a story there, but maybe not for today because we are now, Isaac, we're now comfortably entering 4 hours. I come into just to an hour and a half, but we're now comfortably entering 4 hours now. Yesterday, now today. So thank you, Isaac. Let's go on. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we will continue tomorrow. I know I'm not going to wait more time. We'll continue tomorrow. So, but that is what is going on because I think we're supposed to really highlight the issue of Pantami today. I think
I did it in the afternoon. Actually, maybe you may or may not have seen it, but I did it. But then, yeah.
I listened to you at that time because I was at work.
Yeah.
But I was listening to you. You did about 15 minutes, but I think we bring it back tonight because it's something that is very important that we really need to talk about. When somebody is a terrorist, how could you give that person the best minister of the year? And the whole world will be look at this.
And by the way, it's just some magazine, it's some magazine. So we have to, anyway, like you said, it's a standalone topic. So we'll address it.
The whole world will be looking at Nigeria. Look at this punk. What is going on here? That is what the other nation will be looking at now. No, what is wrong with these people? It's a shame.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. So I'm going to bring Starman up next, but before I bring Starman up, I'm just going to put a couple of links in the comment section. Just really something that I just quickly gleaned as he was talking. So I am going to bring him. Yeah, hold on. I'm going to just put a couple of links, and then I'll bring you on, and then you have your say. But please, not we don't want another hour of it. But let me just put a couple of links in the comment section first. So that's just a couple of links that I quickly gleaned from just off the back of what Starman was saying, because as I continue to maintain, he just makes stuff up. So he was telling us that the Croatian economy is vastly superior to the Nigerian economy, that Montenegro, who is like about just a couple of million population, is vastly superior to the Nigerian economy, absolutely made up, of course, as we now start to understand Starman 4. So I just thought, because I'm vaguely aware that the Nigerian economy is a top economy within the global space. It always has been for a very long time. So a quick check, you will see that in the first chart, Nigeria, and this is two sources now, Nigeria is 30 in one, which is roughly around about the top 25 that I'd always thought Nigeria was. And then in the other one, Nigeria is 31 in that. But in those instances, Croatia, that is telling us that is vastly superior to Nigeria, is number 78 thereabout. Montenegro, I couldn't even find it on the list. But then, of course, Starman will always make things up. So, Starman.
Well, first things first, I didn't mention Montenegro. I said
you did. But I mean, just scroll back. Don't lie in something.
Even then, let's include Montenegro.
Right.
Let me ask you a question.
Don't ask me a question. Take that back. Take that back because you told a lie. Take that back. Take that back because you told a lie. You make up stuff all the time. I am going to be fact checking you now from here on in. You make up stuff. Every single narrative you're saying here is made up. Don't run around. Address what you said. Is the Croatian economy a bigger economy than the Nigerian economy or not? Yes or no?
I'm answering.
No. Answer that. It's a yes or no question. Don't run around the houses. Don't obfuscate. Is the Croatian economy? No. Is the Croatian economy, as you said, a stronger economy than the Nigerian economy or not? Nigerian economy is the Nigerian economy. Nigerian economy is twice as. That wasn't what you said. Why are you running? This is it. Don't make up stuff here. Don't make up stuff here again, because I have no tolerance for lies telling. You can't come here and tell lies. I will not tolerate it, and I will be fact checking every single thing. Don't run away. Don't run away. You said, be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm going to need you because you need to address it. You need to address it. You said the Croatian economy is stronger than the Nigerian economy. That was what you said. So don't go running around the houses to say it's a better developed country, that has more facilities and is safer, etc. That wasn't what you said. You said, and people can scroll back to hear what you said. You said the Croatian economy and the Montenegro economy is stronger than the Nigerian economy, and the Nigerian economy is twice as big. So take that back, or don't come here and tell lies.
Don't
come here and tell lies.
I will not tolerate something from Google, which I can actually, debunk.
Is your Eze goes to school logic that I will accept over statistics and facts. An economy that is because you are running away. You run away all the time. You are not going to go around the route and say, "Oh, where would you want to live?" And we are not talking about where you want to live. We're talking about what you said. You said the Croatian economy is stronger than the Nigerian economy. So don't stay on that point and withdraw it.
Nigerians with their stronger economy in that list today, their life compared to Croatians' life.
No, you see, I'm going to end it there. You see, but you have exposed yourself and you have been exposed. And I will continue
life is better.
No, don't worry. That wasn't your question. Was that your statement?
You've seen a number.
You're a clown, man. You crown yourself here.
The only reason World Bank puts Nigeria up high in the GDP is because of oil money.
I detest dishonesty, and you have been dishonest. You made a statement, you've been proven wrong, so you be a man and take it back or defend it. There you are. I think people have seen you now. I say that to make up stuff all the time, And people have seen that now. Because you said categorically, and you do that all the time, but I let it slide. But I'm not going to be letting it slide anymore. Don't make up lies here.
Don't worry. When I
don't make up lies here. I will not tolerate it. I will not tolerate lies taking.
You will not tolerate it, but you can't stifle my opinion just as you keep banging.
I'm not stifling your opinion, but you cannot come here and tell lies. You are telling lies.
Tell me you can't tolerate it. You are telling us that you will still keep talking about what you want to talk about.
You are making up stories and telling lies.
That's the only attack you have against me. You're making up stories. You're making up stories.
Is that not the case?
Where will you rather go and live right now, Nigeria or Croatia? Simple question.
Did you say the economy was stronger or not?
Yes.
You said it. People will scroll back and.
But where will you rather go and live right now?
So is the economy
Is it because Nigeria has oil? So what? The oil. How has the oil money reached you? How has it improved your life? How has the oil money that has propped up Nigeria's GDP, the oil money that has propped up Nigeria's GDP that doesn't touch the citizens, how has that raised? So GDP.
But I think I'll leave it there because I've gone on long enough. But I will not allow you to spread lies. You know, you said
you spread lies here, one man. You come on here and spread lies all the time and misinformation. You spread misinformation all the time.
Economy is stronger. Did you say that?
Yes.
Because people heard you say, is it stronger? Without going around the houses, but you will go around the houses because that is what you know you
for. The Croatian economy is stronger than the Nigerian economy because the Nigerian economy is bullshit.
Okay. All right then. So we leave it there. That's it. That is Eze goes to school, Abi. Eze goes to school logic. Anyway, I'll leave it there. It's a waste of time.
You see, when people say you are too tribal, you see, one man, when people say you are tribal, what has Eze goes to school? What has Eze? Why didn't you say Ade goes to was a school?
Can you not
why didn't you say? Why didn't you? Why do you have to incline?
This is
You see, Nzobu. You see, what next? Next thing is Biafra. Then Nnamdi Kanu. You see, you are so tribalistic, you don't even see it. You are so tribalistic, you don't even see it, one man.
Stronger. The Nigerian economy is 150% stronger than the Croatian economy, which makes an.
So how has the Nigerian economy helped you? How has it helped you? How has the Nigerian economy helped you?
You know, if I had not proven you right, you that I placed that as a fact for somebody to take on board. If I had not posed you there, then people would have just accepted that.
So just because,
this is what you
just because of some concoction by the World Bank to prop Nigeria up on some neo-colonialist agenda.
Concoction from the World Bank, but of course, as it goes to school, it's your logic that is missing, isn't it?
Look, you're so you can't get away from the tribal thing.
So that is that guy. Sorry, I'm sorry we have to do that, and I'm not going to be allowing it. I'm not going to stifle his voice. Of course, he's always welcome to participate, but I'm not going to allow him to be making up stories and making up lies just for the. This is it. He bases almost. No, actually, let me bring him back on because I shouldn't really be talking about him when he's not there. So he bases a lot of the things that he says on a fallacy, and then he tries to build a foundation off the back of that fallacy. Anybody that has been staying with this program all the way through, you've heard me say that. I said it about an hour ago that this guy, he will try to build a foundation on a fallacy. So that is a classic example of what I mean. So he's giving us figures now that, the Nigerian economy, even Montenegro, even Croatia is bigger than the Nigerian economy. It's a Janjaweed and a zoo. Yes, we agree that it's a Janjaweed and a zoo. That we agree with, but don't base that on a lie by claiming that the Croatian economy is bigger than the Nigerian economy when that is not true and you don't know that to be the case. So this is what he does. He builds off a fallacy. So this is my gripe with you, Starman. You build on a fallacy.
One man, since the second day I came on this show, you just because I don't know whether it was what I said on the first day, but you just never let me even you give me a little bit of time, but then you never.
But when you are making up stories, why would I allow that?
I'm saying things, and you just without any evidence yourself, you claim I'm making it up.
Is that not evidence? I know that the Nigerian economy is a top 30 economy, and you are telling me that
Nigerian economy is a top tier economy.
top 30 economy.
What's
top
that
30.
based on? What's that based on?
This is based on whatever criteria that the experts are used
What tangible infrastructure or
what tangible infrastructure are you?
Structure of state is that based on?
Okay, well, there you are. You know, that's just it.
You see, when I ask you questions, you can't even answer.
No, because your questions are ludicrous and whataboutism.
Really?
So yes,
Says you that always interrupts people with questions.
Hold on. Huh? Okay.
With the most ludicrous questions, I dare say, even.
Let me tell you something. You say you're always trying to educate people, but of course, let me educate you. Do you know what? No, hold on. And you will lie that you know it, but I know that you don't know what I'm about to say. Do you know what a Scotsman's fallacy is? A Scotsman's fallacy, a true Scotsman's fallacy. Do you know what it is?
Educate me, please.
No, you don't. So a true Scotsman's fallacy is there's a Scotsman, and this is just something that people used to make a point. A Scotsman would tell you that a Scotsman would never do this, a Scotsman would never do that. So now a Scotsman then goes and does something really egregious and unforgivable. But then, of course, this proud Scotsman that goes around saying that a Scotsman would never do this, a Scotsman would never do that, he is then presented with the fact that a Scotsman has done almost an inhumane thing. So that goes against, you know, all of his life belief and is brought to a moment where he's suddenly confronted. So what that Scotsman then did, just as a thought, was to say that this is a Scotsman, yes, he did this, but he is not a true Scotsman. Do you understand? So with that, anything that a Scotsman does that is bad, he will just use that clause as him not being a true Scotsman. So this is what people like you do. So no matter what the topic
says someone who claims to be Oduduwa.
There is always
Oduduwa is spies in the sky dreams.
You say you want to be educated, and I'm here to dispense it. This is what people like you do. There's always, in America, they call it whataboutism. You are not aware of what that means, but go check that up as well, because this is what you do, whataboutism, which is a form of true Scotsman. So anything, there's always a what about, you know, and what about never ends. So you come up and you make up an absolute lie that the Croatian economy is stronger than the Nigerian economy. If I had not been bothered to pull you up on that, you would have built your narrative off the back of that. So I have now pulled you up off the back of that. So now you are now going to the thing that, oh, what is the matrix? Is it infrastructure? Is it da-da-da? Is it da-da-da? What is the quality of the person? So if we go down that route, there will always be a what about, but of course you will never admit that you made up the narrative, which we all know that you did. This is what, this is how I see you. You make up stuff and try and build off the basis of a fallacy. We'll leave it there, and I'll give you the right to reply tomorrow. Okay, yeah.
One man. I'm sorry, but everything you just, you know, when you're pointing at someone, you don't realize it, but three fingers are pointing at you.
Man. Okay, all right.
Everything you just said is exactly how you behave. Just go and read your own
comment
comment section.
Say the Croatian.
Go and read your own comment section.
All right.
Go and read your own comment section.
All right, we'll leave it there. So that is Starman. We did it the day before yesterday. We did it yesterday. We are doing it today. So almost certainly when Starman comes, we will expect this, just obfuscation and abracadabra language and facts and fiction all mixed together to present in a narrative, a Scotsman's fallacy, a true Scotsman's fallacy. So we leave it there, and I don't really want him to be a central theme of these things, but I will be fact-checking him now, because I encourage you guys too, when he says something that you know instinctually is not true, you can fact-check him and correct him in the comment section. Even if you are of his own political leaning, you cannot let him build on a foundation of a falsehood, which is something that I am starting to notice. So it shouldn't be allowed. So we've gone through a whole stream of our things. We went from Bode George saying he will give up Nigerian citizenship for if Tinubu ever becomes president. We've got El Rufai giving the Igbos lectures on how to attain the presidency. We've landed on some statistical data to show just how deep the desire for that Igbo, Biafra, whatever it is. But of course, this data actually speaks to Igbo, not Biafra. So that's opened up a whole series of questions in itself. So round the houses and round we went. But of course, we land. That's where we usually land. Having to round off the session is getting even deeper and deeper and longer hours. But here we are. The conversation is still not over. If I had not brought it to an abrupt end, I'm sure Starman and I will still be going at it hammer and thong. But of course, there's always another day. And there's always, of course, the comment section as well, where the conversation never stops. So I'll leave you here. Carry this conversation on within the comment section. But here, I say, peace.